maybe properly. Chill for a couple more minutes and kind of go back over sort of what's going on. Cold as fuck. My throat's definitely, you can hear it. The throat is definitely taking a hit. So I don't know if I'll do much after this today. I have to work already. Maybe we'll do like a chill thing. Probably won't get started on the Mega Man X thing just yet. Tomorrow or the day after. But yeah. Appreciate anybody who's been watching this, hanging out. It's always fun every year. Pretty good year as far as video games go overall on the stream. But a good year for indies and a million things I still didn't get to, but that's always the case. Only get to so much. Do what you're feeling. Yeah, so I guess to describe kind of, what this is, if maybe somebody in here is new to it. So I have sorted it already. This was a list on the left here of everything I played this year in the order I played it. Now I've sorted it by which ones I think are good. So what I would do is the last two parts of this, or three parts, I guess. Then I go through every game, sort of try to remember it if it's hazy. I'll say a few things on it and kind of decide if I thought it was a good one. Yeah, maybe a little too generous this year, maybe not generous enough in certain cases. Not a science, it's not a big deal. So did that. We've got a solid like 70 something out of 120 something. That's a good bit. Like I said, maybe a couple of these are I'm a little too generous on. I don't count replays in there. I do talk about their replays, but replays generally aren't like a big thing. Yeah, picked out some shitty ones. Maybe I could add some more. Maybe I could add less. Not a huge deal. Then got a notable section on the side here. Kind of for the future. For games, good or bad, there's just something particular about them. That I think is worth noticing. Anyways, I go ahead and get started on this. So, yeah, I'm not going to spend as long on each of these. So this is the second round here. This is essentially just me, I guess, picking out the ones I thought were the cream of the crop. It's one thing to be a little generous on what I consider like a good game or good enough game. It's another thing putting it the cream of the crop. For the realm of all timers, for stuff that I look back on, there should be no question, pretty much, that yes, that was one of the best games I played that year. And then at the same time, we'll put them in the 2025 release. So get a nice look at what I played. That was the best stuff this year. How the year stacked up in general for me. And just how much good stuff we played in general. Yeah. Ugh. All right. Well, not gonna do trailers, I guess. We could, I suppose. I could. I don't know. I'm not honestly too worried about it. I already kind of showed him and talked about him. It'll just be me in the game, I suppose. Anyways, first off was Abiotic Factor. This is definitely one of the best games of the year. It's one of the best survival crafting games I've just played, period. Um, just super excellent. I already talked about all these. They being kind of days apart sort of makes it feel like I should go back over it again. But if you like survival crafting, if you like adventure, like do it in co-op, it's a must play for sure. Not big open crazy fantasy environments. It's not like a Minecraft. It's nothing like that. It's exploring worlds through portals and kind of like a Half-Life sort of science compound kind of deal, and really cool idea, and it works really well. So definitely a good one there. Absalom. I'm on the edge on this one. There's things about Absalom I really like. I think beat 'em up roguelite's really cool. They do a pretty good job of it. I don't think the builds are crazy. I don't think I don't mind this music. I just kind of have less vocals. It's distracted me. It's good music, but I think the variety and the routes and everything is just excellent. It's cool how many different things you'll run into. It never really gets old on that front, but well, it does get old. I guess that's part of it. I think the build variety, stuff like the writing, the motivation to kind of keep going out after like 10 plus hours is kind of low. There's some abusable balance stuff for sure that's kind of not interesting. I think it's just enough to keep it from really being like a best for me. I mean, this is one of the best received games of the year across the board, but I don't know. I think it's close. Maybe I'll come back and say, hey, it's one of the best ones. I really don't have like a big problem with it, but after I finished, I wasn't after like 10 hours. I wasn't looking for much more. I didn't want to do the true ending. But I mean, I did really enjoy it when I played it. I just don't think it stuck with me a whole lot. But I mean, it's also a game I feel like I'll refer back to quite a bit as far as roguelites go. I don't know. That's a tough one. It's a tough one for sure. We'll see. We'll see how the other ones are. Like when I think about like Abiotic Factor, Absalom's not even like close for me. But I mean, as far as like cool beat 'em ups, it's pretty high up there. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. That's a tough one. It's on the edge for me. I feel like I don't feel passionate enough about it, but I still recognize it as a really solid game. Just I guess for the record, it's somewhere in between. It's like it's almost one of the better games. Played a lot of good stuff this year. All right. Next up, Alice Madness Returns. Definitely not a best game of the year. Great art style, really interesting take on Alice in Wonderland. It's a cool sequel. It's neat they tried to change the gameplay, but it drags. The gameplay is shit for the most part. If you're really familiar with Dude Bro shooters of the era, the level design is really like you'll recognize it. So I like it, and this kind of goes for the second one too. I think there's cool things about it. That's why I put like a little note, but it's not one of the best games. They're interesting. American McGee's Alice, same deal. too much shooting, not the best shooting. It's creative enough, but it's more about the dreamy, abstract environments and the take on Alice than it is truly being like super awesome game. Would love to see another one. Never gonna happen. I think American McGee's completely I think they tried to get EA to let him do it. I think now he's just fully hanging out in China, and I don't know if he has a studio anymore. But who knows, man. Anton Blast. This one, I feel like most people would easily throw it in best games. I might. This one's also really close, maybe even closer than Absalom. There's something about Anton Blast where, like, I wasn't just like, just really feeling it like some 2D platformers. I love the charm. I love the music, the grungy ass feel of it. I love the fucking devil and his big ass cheeks flying around. He has bosses and stuff. But some of the other charm, the actual like gameplay, like it feels good. It's unique, but it never felt like that extra level of satisfying between the level design and um, just how you move and stuff. Like it takes a little bit to learn, and it is satisfying, but it's not that extra level on a 2D platformer for me. I don't really remember most of the levels. I don't think back to a lot of them. A lot of the big bosses and set pieces were the biggest moments. I had little issues like that with like Pizza Tower, but um, yeah, I don't know. It's I almost feel like I should put some note on it, you know, as like a consolation. I do think it is really interesting. I think it is good. I would easily recommend it to any 2D platformer fan or Wario Land fan, but I don't know. There's just something just not quite there for me. We'll see what else we add to this. Um, that one's definitely it's close. I don't know. Minute to minute, I was liking I was good. It was good. I was liking it, but I wasn't like bam, really all about it. And there's some games this year I was really all about. Like Ask Libra revision. Um, crazy game. Super passionate soul game. I feel like I don't want to say anime, but you know, grand scale, cross time, nuts, action RPG, super passionate solo dev kind of games. Definitely recommend Ask Libra. It's long, but the power fantasy you get playing it, the amount of crazy use of free assets, that's actually awesome. Probably the best use of free assets I can think of off the top of my head. It's definitely up there. Almost entirely composed of it outside some Vanillaware, uh, I think, artist that came in and redid the other revision part, the characters of the character. So, yeah, easily one of the best of there. Didn't come out this year. Good stuff. A ball pit. I'll put this in as a best this year. I think as far as roguelites that are truly meant to kind of finish in a timely manner, like a 10 to 20 hour thing, this is one of the better ones in the business. Absalom was pretty close on that front too. That's why I kind of want to throw it in there. But for me, Ball Pit just kind of had more wow moments. How they like cleanly tie in like a city builder, which wasn't the best for me, but still it was pretty cool. With Brick Breaker, how you think you kind of got the game figured out, and then they throw like a whole new layer in that adds like even extra power fantasy crazy moments. How you can kind of they promote different builds and how crazy those builds can get, and then it knows when to end it. You know, maybe it doesn't have much depth past that. I don't know. I don't really fucking care because that's the end of the game for me. There is an extra difficulty you can go do with the same setup. You know, cool tunes. Not much of anything else going on, but yeah, it was good. I thought it was really solid. As far as new lights that came out this year, that was a pretty surprising one in a lot of ways. So, yeah, would definitely Blueprints. I would put this as a best of the year. If you listen a lot to my dumbass talk, I bitch about Blueprints as much as I praise it, but it's absolutely a extremely creative, very unique, out there time for most of the game, and even then, depending on how you feel about certain elements of the payoffs, certain elements of time investment, and some of the later game stuff. You know, I did like 140 something hours. I was jacked in for most of it. Like I said, I would have liked a little extra something. I feel like the anticipation of all these crazy, cool, out there puzzles. It's really just for the sport of it, which is cool. But it's nice to have a little extra something and feel like something this impressive or this out there could take it to that next level. But that was one of my problems with it. And it is a very slow game too, but just very cool, very unique. I'd at least recommend running through not just one clear, but I recommend doing kind of the next phase of things you might see. Um, After that, there's another phase of things or so. I still think that's cool. Um, I liked kind of how that ended, um, separated from the political stuff. Um, but the elements beyond that, while also extremely cool, crazy, I feel like you're getting a little bit of diminishing returns. But yeah, really cool game. Super awesome. Overall, I think Broken Paradise. I'll put this as a best. It's not. It's definitely a little more personal. I mean, they're all personal, but like, you know, I don't. What I mean by that is I don't know if everybody would agree on that front. Um, you know, it's a exploration walking sim thing. It's very low impact. You don't have to do a whole lot or think about a whole lot. It's mostly just kind of wandering around and really enjoying an environment. And you know, I like those types of games when they're, you know, have strong atmospheres and are paced at you know, well enough. And you know, a little bits of interactivity are cool. Kind of depends. This isn't a linear walking sim. You tend to go in an area and just kind of explore it all and kind of do stuff. And there's goals and shit. But yeah, it's talked about it already. It's kind of like a vaporwave, like 90s fucking future internet thing where you kind of get, you know, stuck in this like VR internet deal. Um, yeah, I really liked it. I liked just kind of hanging out and just it was a really relaxing, funny aesthetic, and every sense of that, you know, if you're a vaporwave fan, it is aesthetic. The game, so I liked that. I'm looking forward to the next one they do. Buckshot Roulette, probably not a best game. I think it's a really cool, clever party game. I think it is just good. I don't really have like big problems with it, but it's, and I don't think just being a small game is like a big problem, but it is just kind of like a simple concept. It's playing off a Russian roulette cleverly. It's a cool little party thing. Um, I think it's well worth the time with buddies. Single player, I mean, maybe a little less so, but it's neat. Not much. It's just not a whole lot going on there, like, which is not a reason to not consider some my best, but the certain impact of something if it's going to be tight and small, that's actually really um, puts it up there. You know, I think it nails that tight vision well enough, but for me, it's not like pushing. It's not a problem with it. I just don't feel that strong. Burnhouse Lane. Um, Yeah, I'm, yeah. So this one's on the side of where it's like it's best, but like maybe just there's a little. I'm not like boom. Like all I'm. It's like barely on the other side of best. Um, really clean writing. Um, very engaging. Things are always moving. Whether that's like nice slow burns or thriller, killer slasher stuff. I think it misses a bit on some of the emotional payoffs and theming. I think that's where I'd be kind of like, if you like, you're not gonna get a whole lot of like, you know, um, heart wrenching themes or exploration of some of the stuff they introduced at the beginning. It starts out very depressing, which is fine, but it's. I mean, it does deal with it, but not in the level you'd imagine by the end. It is not like a tearjerker as much. It kind of tries to be. But as far as just a really well crafted world, artistically, with really fun, interesting characters, clean writing, well paced, point and click kind of just moments, right? Like you're not gonna get lost fucking around. It's just a journey, it's an experience. It's a game clearly made by people who've been making this type of game for a long time. So I thought it was impressive. Maybe it just hit at the right time for me. I still want to go back and play all their other stuff like the Cat Lady and all that, but yeah, it's cool for sure. Karimara, Beneath the Forlorn Limbs. This is an easy one for me to throw in. This is a very short game that has a very tight focus, essentially a folk horror detective game, utilizing cards instead of not like a deck of fucking cards, not like that kind of game. Instead of conversation topics, you have cards. You can introduce those like puzzle pieces. So, I really like the idea of having a very small detective environment where all the things you see have a meaning, where the art doesn't get in the way because you can generally kind of, everything's been placed in a smart enough way where you can have nice art, but you can also make out, this weapon's here, something happened here, and you can kind of like think about it. It's got a couple layers of twists that you kind of have to make your way through a little bit. It's not super hard or anything, but that coupled with an extremely strong atmosphere, especially if you're doing side secrets, um, don't quite pay off perfectly, but some of them do. Um, there's a lot of layers to the game. It's very soulful, very cool looking. It's like an hour, 2 hours if you're digging a little deeper. I'd really recommend that. Um, yeah, cool game. Just short, simple and clean, stylish. Hopefully they do more. Definitely an easy in this year. Cavern of Dreams. I would put this as a best for sure. Let me see if it came out this year. I don't think it did. Maybe more personal on this one. I like the N64 low poly kind of aesthetics. But there's a million games that do that. So why is this different? Why are they all best? No, this came out 2023. Um, yeah, I think this one just like your Banjo Kazooies and stuff. What makes a really nice platformer of this type strong if it isn't movement based, like um, you know a Mario 64 or pseudo regalia, something like that. If it's not movement, it's about setting an atmosphere, setting a level of density of really interesting things to see, and the pace that you'll see them in. And this is in that second camp. It feels fine to move around. It is fun to just play as like a platformer deal, but it is more about this atmosphere. It's not horror. It's surreal, but it's more particular. It's its own little deal. There's extra things beneath the surface. It's not like super crazy meta that way. I don't go in expecting some shipwreck 64 bullshit, Um, but there is little secrets beyond that. I mean, I'm not going to spoil it all, but just a really cool world, really interesting. Cute, whimsical characters, but in kind of a more surreal thing. It's just particular. I think if you're into 3D platformers, especially more exploration heavy ones like a Banjo, um, it's just kind of like with Broken Paradise. It's just nice to run around in and kind of just see stuff and just kind of be in the world. But in this case, you get an N64 platformer type of vehicle. So. Then Sleeper 2, Starward Vector, easily in the best category. In some ways, I like the first one more. In some ways, I like this one a lot more. Kind of depends. They're doing similar things, but also different. It feels like a good sequel in that way, where it ups the scope. It changes a little bit of like what the themes are focused on, but it's still about living. It's still about found family. It's still about all that kind of stuff. It's Citizen Sleeper sort of about. Um, this one adds some new kind of gameplay elements, like the missions, since you're part of a ship at this time and not just surviving on a space station with the crew and all that. I think they're really clever. I think they ease off some of the stress of the outside parts, and instead of kind of building up to not have to worry as much about that, it's kind of off and on what you're supposed to worry about more in the moment. There is an overall feeling of like, you know, your ass on the grill a little bit, but it's not. It finds time to kind of chill as well. Just a great follow up to the first one. The prose, the way they write, um, certain scenarios, a little bit of the extra meaning they try to find in all these little situations. The larger kind of different cast of characters that you get a little bit more intimate with is just really neat and a pretty impeccable ending. I really like the idea of it in like a gamey way. And it's pretty cool. Amos Rowdy kicks ass. He did Ball Pit this year, the composer. I probably like the first soundtrack more, but it's like, you know, which bar of gold do I like a little more, right? This one's got like a fingerprint on it, and maybe this one's got a little extra chunk on, hanging on. Yeah, it's like they're both great. Cool soundtracks, and it's different enough where I think that's part of the appeal. So, really well written game that I feel like that's probably people are sleeping on a little bit in the face of like stuff like like Next, Clair Obscure. Really recommend playing it. Definitely one of the best this year. Easy in. For that matter, Clair Obscure is too. I need to just put the computer just slightly closer. I'm like just like a foot or like a few inches or something from perfect range or some shit. I don't know. I never had this issue in the past. Yeah. So Clair Obscure Expedition 33. Everybody knows it. Everybody's talked about it. Just about everybody's played it. Nothing wrong with that. It's a great game. Really solid, especially with the price point for how it looks and stuff. I know they had AI placeholder stuff in there that they got rid of. I know a lot of the game is free asset stuff. The former, I'm not as much a fan of. The latter, I think that's fine. It's about what you make with it, right? I mean, you look at like this your Ass Labor revision. It's mostly free assets, and it's really great. It kind of just depends there. You wouldn't notice anyways in Clear Obscure Expedition 33. But yeah, when it comes to just the amount of music, the amount of locations, the general writing, that you actually have something really nice to chew on by the end of it, the setting and kind of like where it all goes, the gameplay. If you play a lot of JRPGs, this will feel just like a modern but old school JRPG. It's got a cool world, some kind of unique gimmicks. It kind of transports you to something a bit more creative than you might see from some RPGs these days, and it kind of just feels like one of those, right? Just like one of the old greats, just kind of a hey, they made one today. It's got a few things for people, from a more modern audience. You get a little bit more interactivity. Think your Mario and Luigi's, Paper Mario's type of thing. where you have like pairing and all that, but this is more of a core part of it instead of like a super optimized skill thing like in those. I mean, this is that way too, but like you will parry, you will guard and stuff. Paper Mario, if you parry everything, you're a god, and you don't need to do it. So unless you parry everything, you might be expected to. You'll still be godly to a certain extent, but yeah. So the parrying, the shooting, where you kind of aim and all that, I think it's a cute way to kind of bring a little active gameplay into a turn-based world, so people can kind of ease in a little. It's very flashy. Uh, it has a very strong start, very strong end. I think all those things help keep it, you keep you hooked, and then keep you talking about it afterwards. There's little moments here and there, certain elements of gameplay, or just a couple little gears I wouldn't mind like tweaked up a little bit, but I don't really have a lot of big problems with it. I think overall it's really cool, very creative, very passionate feeling game. So won't really spoil too much of it. I will say if you're the type of RPG person who likes to just break games, it's really good for that. It's clearly made to be. You want it to. I saved all of my points to give people more equips to the very end, and then I gave it all to one person, and it created a monster. And I was like, you can just kind of do that. So I mean, if you're looking for like a really tight, difficult kind of, sort of RPG or something like that, there's like an aesthetic thing you prefer, right? Like maybe like more like anime style JRPGs. Maybe you'd have an issue with it. But I think that's a bit more up to taste than it is just like a big quality problem. I think overall it's really good. So very soulful game. Um, Deserves the praise. I don't know if it's a really like for some people this is like a God touched me moment. I don't know if I'm quite there with it, but I still think it's really good. No, I'm not trying to say it's doesn't deserve anything, but I feel like I have to make that distinction a little bit, not to try to be like a contrarian, but play a lot of really good stuff. I think this has a level of uniqueness that people aren't used to, especially with the budget. As far from the only really godly game this year, so it hit me. I think about it here and there, but I'm not like my new one. This Chronos the New Dawn. This will not be in there. The backtracking is too nightmarish. Not in the way they mean. The ending, the story, despite having a really nice slow build and a lot of interesting potential, doesn't quite hit right. They had really good VA, interesting kind of stilted oddness to some of these characters, where it could go, and they took their time with it. It just doesn't get there. It's not a good ending. It's not interesting. It's kind of wasted potential, and I think the linearity of the levels, despite the combat being kind of cool and some of the exploration being alright, generally means a little too much boring backtracking, and some of the levels can kind of, especially by the end, I feel like, kind of drag. It is a very gray game. It's got a nice art style, but there is a point where you're like, okay, we're about there. Still good, but not quite at best. Definitely probably my favorite original Bluebird Team game, maybe next to Observer, and they're better for different reasons than each other. Cuphead the Delicious Last Course. This is not really a game. This is a DLC. But it's really good. It's kind of given a little too much, maybe, to Cuphead here. It's DLC, so but it is a solid like 5-6 hour DLC, and the main game's like 12 something. It was a full experience. I played. We talked about. So I'm just gonna put it in here anyways. I really don't. Like, if this was like a bigger scope thing, maybe I wouldn't include a DLC. But this is just me something an experience I thought was worth talking about playing. You know, there's a lot of DLC that has a really significant amount of changes or thought put into it. And content, right? I'm not gonna put like, ooh, this is my favorite, you know, G-string fucking costume pack. Like that, it's more for like, you know, expansion. So, anyways, Cuphead, delicious last course. It's more Cuphead, which is really good. This keeps up the extremely crazy creativity while marrying it with just a godly art style, the cool music from that time, just all together, just as well as the original game. With a new character, new extra things you could unlock, quite a few bosses, couple new little art styles. There's even like little 3D things going on. It's a good time. Difficult but super satisfying. Cuphead just remains a must play. Kind of action, run and gun sort of. It's boss focused, but yeah, difficult but not annoyingly difficult. It's very satisfying. Definitely would definitely go for it. Recommend it. Dagon, probably not on Dagon. I mean, you know, I love Lovecraft. Um, I really like the idea of that kind of horror. I think this is a cute way to experience Dagon. If you haven't already read it, I would recommend reading it instead, and then maybe try this. It isn't exactly a story that requires a crazy amount of budget. Um, it isn't the most wild story either. I mean, it's a good one, but um, while it's a cool way to experience it, it's not really like the most ambitious, crazy, you know, thing. I would like to see them tackle something little larger in this style, like a full, accurate adaptation, and then trying to put kind of like visuals to it. Um, I think it's neat. I think the look at the monster is obscured enough. I don't think it's like too cheesy or anything, but um, I think it's like I said, I think it's a cool way to experience it if you've already done it. But I don't think it's like a. I recommend it's over reading it. I think you should just do it on the side. Yeah, I'd really recommend Cavern of Dreams. It's a vibe game. It is a kind of a dreamy surrealness to it. I really liked it for that. I won't say much more, I guess, if you're about to play it. But yeah, let me know what you think. For me, it was definitely like an atmosphere deal. Not that it's not fun to play, but I wouldn't expect Banjo Kazooie. So it's not like that kind of gameplay game, and it's definitely not a movement game like or Pseudo Regalia. But it was just a really nice N64 era world to explore that's kind of more dreamy and surreal. So not like a Yume Nikki. It's not bordering horror, but I don't know. It's hard to describe. It's kind of its own thing. I liked it though. Yeah, it was a me game. What's up, Redless? But yeah, so I wouldn't put Dagon in the best games category. I think, like I said, it's a cool novelty. It's neat, but it's not really going. Pachi 2, I'm not putting that in the best. I mean, historically, it's pretty cool. There's a lot of great shmups. I mean, I'm not like a master of shmups, but just playing them casually, this was like good, but it's not. It didn't change my life or anything. It's not super crazy. It doesn't really stand out. There's a lot of contemporaries it had, or stuff that came later, even that was probably a little more experimental. I mean, maybe not. Maybe the bar of quality it had is good enough, but for some to consider like a best thing. But I did. There's a lot of shmups these days. Doesn't really stand out in that way for me. Granted, I only played through it like once, so I don't feel that much about it. DK Bonanza. Probably not. I'm not putting this in best. Maybe that's fucking sacrilegious for some people, like with the Absolem not quite making it. Um, I don't know. I just by the end, it was played out. I don't think it lives up to either like an emergent gameplay physics kind of standpoint or what I would have dreamed it to be. I think the actual destruction stuff gets played out as well. While there's movement, the sandbox to use it is really not that fucking interesting compared to like tighter Mario platformers. It is good. I think it's. I think I would. I've said it when I played it before, or when I did talk about it before. I think it's a must play. You should really check it out. It's very creative in that way. Um, Maybe I'd put that as a notable thing. I think it's very cool, and I think most people feel a lot stronger about it than I do. But I think in this quest to kind of make it sandboxy and just you do whatever, it kind of means that there's not really many super strong, interesting, singular moments for me. Like, yeah, I could just suck everything up, or I could just fly past everything. I like that a bit in like Breath of the Wild because I like the experimentation and the emergent gameplay. Donkey Kong doesn't really have that. You know, if you just fly over everything or you just suck everything up, that's just kind of it. There's not really like an interesting, cute way to do like a lot of stuff. And I think the actual raw challenges they give you just aren't really as good as some of the stuff you get in like, you know, some of their other games. Um, you know, it had a cool art style. Not my favorite, but it was still kind of cool. And, you know, some of the music and shit. It is a charming, colorful game, but it's good. But yeah, I don't know. I don't feel super strong on it. And it's not that I don't like the idea of like a destruction platformer thing. And they do try to not reinvent the wheel, but they do try to keep it interesting with the different forms and upgrades as you go. But it just doesn't, it just kind of, like I said, it just runs its course. I just didn't feel super strong about it by the end. I kind of ran out of gas. I think you see most of what you're doing. The core of what you're going to be doing, you're going to see pretty quickly. And there's not a whole lot of crazy depth that is interesting to figure out beyond that, right? I talk about skill expression a lot with 3D platformers on the stream, and there is some elements of that. I think it's mostly in like how far you can move across the fucking screen without touching the ground, and you know, all these other little tricks. But this one, it's like, you know, in some games, it's like being able to like style and do all sorts of crazy moves and kind of play around with like a challenger sandbox they create is a lot of fun. In this, I feel like there's less room to do a lot of that I find interesting. It's more supposed to be like the core point of the game, but I think just the level of engagement that is just it's low. Like there's only so interesting that just cleaving through the ground is going to be until you've just cleaved through the ground in a hole and then through like another hole. Like, and it's kind of the same thing every time, right? Like, I mean, I power up and I just break everything, and it's like, okay, you know, nothing falls over, nothing like rolls really. It's just you're just cutting like a fucking piece of cheese out of a fucking block, right? You know, um, it's neat. I think I'm a little bit of a Scrooge McDuck on it compared to some people. I just don't think it has, especially compared to their last game, Odyssey. It just doesn't quite hit on that. It's not going for the same thing, but I think what it is going for could have been a bit more. I feel like they try to put their foot on both camps. I would have preferred a much more of a crazy sandbox physics deal. Instead, it's kind of just like you punch shit and then sometimes you platform. Yeah, for sure. That was shit, no doubt. The month later fan service thing they put in was kind of like, eh. I mean, there's some really good moments in Bonanza. Obviously, the finale, a lot of the fan service. It's very reverent to the old stuff while still trying to do its own thing. It's cool on that front. I think maybe I could put this in best, but I don't know. I ended up just bitching a lot about it by the end. I didn't feel it was good on paper. I think it's a must play, but personally, I just don't have a there's not a wind in my sails for it for sure. So. Doom the Dark Ages, definitely fucking not. This I almost didn't put this in good games, man. I mean, it's cool, man. It's still Doom. It's still fun popping guys and smacking them with the shield. But this game's approach to trying to let you use anything and it's all equal means that Some shit just sucks. Some shit's just more fun, but then it gets played out. The pacing between everything, because it's slightly more open world, all the distractions with the shitty fucking Marvel story and cutscenes, the big tank stuff, or in the mech, the dragon parts, like those aren't horrid in their own right, but there's just enough that kills and pace that when you get to the good stuff, even that isn't coming in as interesting a way as Doom 2016 or as Eternal fast enough. So there's just a point halfway in the game I was just like, man, what the fuck is going on? I'm like bored of a fucking new Doom game. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Why? I was like, just kind of, I was sitting there, I was like, I went to take a break. I was like, I just must not be in the mood. I came back. I'm like, no, dude, I am bored of this game. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And it's like I said, a lot of it's level design. A lot of it's just how high octane it is between stuff. Doom 2016 does a great job of like kind of being like old Doom, where it's like, you have a tool for the job, but a lot of it's based more on like ammo or like how long the fight's gonna go for. Eternal was like lock and key. This guy gets insta killed by this, and I needed to be able to do this to get my health back, and you had the dashes and stuff. Dark Ages is just kind of like you just kind of do whatever. Even the difficulties, like you can just completely customize it, the fucking whole thing out. It's just less focused, less tight. It's fun pairing. I would recommend it if you like the other Dooms, but it just feels like it's just enough screws aren't tightened like the other ones. That kind of falls off. I don't know. I wonder if they'll do another modern Doom after Dark Ages. Not like it probably did bad, but I definitely feel like it's like a Prime 4 where it kind of there's a little less wind in the sails. I feel like I would imagine they'd go on to something else. Who knows? But yeah, Dyson Sphere program. I kind of want to put this as a best. It's not like done. It's not out of early access. I mean, it feels pretty much feature complete. But I don't know. I had a lot of fun with it. I kind of liked the more in-your-face style of like Satisfactory. When you got big upgrades in that, you could feel it because it was like you're getting your own little jetpack. You could ride the train. There's a cool element of that to it. And on the flip side, I'm sure your Factorios and stuff just have a level of depth of factory building that Dyson Sphere doesn't. But I don't know. I really thought what Dyson Sphere did was unique. Where it's more about interplanetary logistics, and you actually build on a spherical planet instead of flat ground. And yeah, I don't know. I don't think the defense stuff is quite there yet. I think the general goals, while they're cute, aren't quite there either. I don't know. I kind of want to put it though as a best. I mean, it doesn't help. I just kind of played Satisfactory the year before, and I was really impressed with that. Um, that has something for you to even like explore on the side, and all that was kind of neat. I think if you're like Giga Factory brained, maybe you'd feel a little different on it. I know like your hardcore elitists tend to prefer Factorio, and I probably would as well once I finally get around to it. But there's something about like a Satisfactory that I feel like there's missing a little bit. I don't know, but it is still pretty like well put together. I'll put it in there. I'm gonna put it in there. I think it's a really, if you like factory games, I could never not recommend it. It's just really solid on that front. Like maybe it's not like my favorite factory game. Maybe there's certain elements not tuned quite right. Maybe it's not even fucking done right. That's definitely a thing. But um, I'll put it in there. It's on the edge. It's kind of like where Psalm is on the edge of even being in the best, and where Burnt House Land is like kind of on the edge of not even being the best, but it's like, yeah, we'll put it in there, man. I'll put it. I would respect anybody saying it's one of their favorite factory games. So it's like, why wouldn't I put it in there myself? For that kind of into perspective enough. Let me swap music around. We did this whole thing already. I want to do Stardew on. Why not? Easy delivery company. You know what? I would put this as a this one. Kind of in the way Cavern of Dreams sort of had. Kind of just was. It was what I needed at that time. Not needed, but like, it kind of hit just right for me. I like the idea. I'm gonna make sure this was a this year game. I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, September. Um, it's a short little just kind of idea game. You're driving in the snow on a mountain doing deliveries. There's a little bit of a surrealness to it. Just the radio stations, the atmosphere, the shortcuts you can learn, the speed, the kind of funny situations you can get in. That it's also a little mysterious and dark at times. That it's always like snowy mountains and a storm. It just kind of had like an impeccable atmosphere. It was fun to just kind of drive and get better at it and pick your jobs and kind of just experience little things here and there. There's secrets and all that stuff. But yeah, just cruising or hauling ass down the mountain to fucking drum and bass or, chilling. It was just cool. The driving felt good. Um, yeah, cool game. I liked it. Eclipsium. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in there as the best. I think the game story, themes, symbolism are shit. I don't think there's really anything going on there, or at least not in a way I found it engaging. But it's just like an art show, walking sim, and the kind of like light technical stuff they try to incorporate to kind of keep it spicy. There's just a lot going on there. It looks really nice. The kind of like dithered, low poly, super colorful, greeny, I don't know what you call it, kind of look. The amount of like verticality and like density of all sorts of different, things going on. There's a couple areas of drag, like the submarine, maybe a touch of like the pig place. But for the most part, it's just a really cool ride. If you're looking for some extra meaning behind it, maybe not. That's kind of where I'm like a little iffy. But I do like those kind of just exploring, just like a feeling kind of experiences, right? There's a lot of movies or other games that I like to do that. I don't think this is on like the level of Yume Nikki for me or something, but as far as just like a really like just eye popping kind of ride, I think it's really cool for that. Etrian Odyssey Untold 1. Don't tell Godo. Don't think I'm gonna put it in best. A lot of it's because of how I'd compare it to the other two I've played. I think it's really fun. I think if you like Etrian Odyssey, you like JRPG style dungeon crawlers, it's a must play. I had a great time with it, but Etrian Odyssey 3 was like a whoa game. It was really cool how it nails the story setup, the flow between the areas. Um, the mechanical depth and all that. This has a lot of cool mechanical depth. It has some new ideas. They don't all quite pan out as much as I like the Grimoires, which apparently the next game does a lot better job of. So having a little issues there. I think having some levels feel a little long, some shitty side quests that aren't good. Not quite as good of a town or as like a setup for the adventure. Still good, mind you, but kind of a wonky final boss deal. But I mean, 3 has that kind of too. Not having really like an Etrian Odyssey 3 and 4, that kind of like side thing that kind of is a nice pace breaker. You're on the sea doing the seaboat thing, or you're in the airship and you're doing the 3D airship thing. Kind of missing a little bit of that. I can't really speak on the anime story, the other mode for the game. It seems pretty bad. I watched some hours of it. Not really good there. I'm not gonna give it too much shit for that because I didn't play it, but yeah, still good. I'm still really looking forward to playing more Etrian Odyssey. It's a unique itch that it scratches, but I don't think I came out of it saying, this was crazy. This was the thing, right? And I'm sure that's kind of I'm sure most people kind of agree as far as in comparison. I mean, I could say, maybe I'm being too harsh on it because I'm just comparing it to the ones I have played, but even then, I don't really crazy. Velvedek. I would put Velvedek in here. Now, was Velvedek a this year game? I don't think so. I want to say this. Oh, it was last. Yeah, Velvedek. This was a good one. I really liked this one. It can be a little tedious with the healing, the back and forth. Although I barely touched my inventory, I should have done more of that. But the kind of dialogue, the old timey prose, the amount of depth and little like secrets and different states the game can be in, and you could still go get unique dialogue or situations. The kind of just really offbeat like funniness to it for how it looks. Some of the animation stuff, it's not Hylix, but it is in that kind of camp. Yeah, the blending of that kind of like historical European, the Lord and his knights at war, but then like there's like cult, like evil eldritch sort of ish things going on too, and you're playing a fucking alcoholic, that kind of shit. It's just neat. It's got a style. The music, I think, does a good job of kind of keeping you in the state of knowing this is not, supposed to be like a serious historical thing with monsters. It's it's something a little off. I liked it for that. Finger bones. Probably not. I liked it. I think it hits enough. I think there's an interesting story there. I think it's something notable. I mentioned that I'm on a note for a different game as like a look into like David Sosminski's like I say his name wrong probably every time. I don't know. I've never heard how to say it. It's his little his works, I guess you'd say. But at the end of the day, it's kind of like a 20-30 minute thing with a really shitty HUD, with okay puzzles and stuff, but it's mostly about kind of the twists and a little bit of shock factor, and kind of the building of that tension. I mean, it does do it pretty damn well. I don't want to just be mean to a game because it's like not a huge thing. Would I recommend just anybody play Finger Bones? I don't know. I think there's a level of jank and presentation problems that kind of keep it from really hitting a level it could have. You get Iron Lung and it does a lot more with visuals and stuff. But I mean, Finger Bones, like the sounds, the going back and forth, expecting something to happen, what really is revealed. It can be a little crude on the writing, but the world they kind of like he explains really quickly, and the kind of person that is being described, the father. There's just a certain rawness to it that, despite it being a little crude, it's still just interesting. I don't know. I kind of want to put it as like a best, but for you guys who watch this, you'll know that it's close. I don't know if it's quite hitting like that high note for me, but it's pretty cool, man. Fly Night. And if you guys, if you guys disagree, argue it for shits, we could. But yeah, I'm gonna need a blanket, man. It's cold. Fly Night. This one's probably not a best, but I really like it still. I think the idea of like a co-op RuneScape meets more so a dungeon crawler Kingsfieldy thing was really cool. There's just not enough game here, not enough depth to like some of the systems. The level design's a little too simple and linear. I would have preferred maybe some more openness and a bit more complicated like interplay between like traps and puzzles and co-op elements and shit. I just like that kind of dungeon crawler. I think more of like a Soulsy linear thing is fine too. Well, even then, Souls has way more exploration, but I don't think like the lore or the atmosphere did much for me. But just as a like Kingsfield-ish thing, without the surrealism or abstract anything, right? The crazy dark horror, or dark fantasy monsters. It's cool. I like the idea of like being able to cut off different pieces of who you're fighting, and that affects their ability to fight. I think it's a little heavy duty on the stamina. I like a methodical game, but sometimes it felt like you were just kind of waiting around just to do anything. Yeah, I would recommend playing it for sure. I could see people popping off a little harder about it. Goat Sim 3. I liked Goat Sim 3. I thought it was funny. It was a cool sandbox thing. I don't know if it's the best game for me. I think it's almost more interesting in how much I hated the first one and then how much I like this third one than it is truly like a god game or something, right? I think if you're looking for like a sandbox but with actual goals and like curated, like thought out content and quests and jokes and stuff, it's really good for that. You just kind of explore a world and you're the goat guy, you're the goat freak. It feels like what the first one should have been for me, or what I wanted out of it, instead of just something for a laugh for 30 minutes. It's an actual fully expanded on thing that still plays off of the funniness of the first one, but I don't think it's really like, there's plenty of funny games. There's a lot of goofy physics stuff. Um, you know, it's fun, but it's not like that satisfying. I don't know. It's one of those. It's hard to really point to a specific thing, and it's not just because it's Goat Simulator. I think it really cranks it up, but I don't think it cranks it to that just that extra level where it just feels like a best. It's hard to point to anything in particular, but like is this really like highlight of the year? I think it's really interesting. Um, I'll note that down. It doesn't make that much sense probably if you're not like here listening to me say that shit. But yeah, this structure in 3 just I guess I don't want to keep saying fucking content. But yeah, the structure, it more being like an open world with like actual shit happening. That's thought out, and the kind of effort they put into what you do instead of just giving you random shit and hoping it's interesting. Like it's kind of like Bonanza with the first one, where it's like it kind of the core idea of it runs out pretty quick, and the rest is just kind of like lip service. Maybe not quite the same. I don't. Maybe comparing Ghost Sim Bonanza isn't quite the same, but like, something like that. Grim Dawn. I would put Grim Dawn as the best game for sure. Crap. That'd be way too. Grim Dawn was really good. I mean, if you like ARPGs, it's considered a must play for a reason. I really like the multi-classing where it creates its own class. I love that I don't have to have a fucking PhD to like think up a build. I can generally just try stuff, especially because it's not really ladder focused. And still feel like I'm strong or I can make most things happen. I couldn't quite get the Rogue Necromancer going perfect, but I still got something there. I don't think it's like a really interesting world. Like story wise, it's pretty weak there, despite having a lot of it. I think there's a lot of good variety visually, a lot of variety of enemies. The looting's satisfying. It's not too much, but it's cool enough. It's definitely going for kind of like a D2 soundscape. I don't think it's quite as good as like a D2 on that front, but overall, what you're after in this is just cool loot, lots of places to take it, fun exploration, and really satisfying RPG progression. And I think it has all that in spades. So. And they still make fucking expansions for it, so you can jump in and do some more. And yeah, there's a lot of classes, and the subclassing means you can do all sorts of crazy shit. Definitely recommend it. Grun. Grun. It's close. I don't. I think the tone of the game. I think the payoff, kind of the end, the cleverness of it kind of needed a little more of a kick in the ass. I really like it. I like most of the idea of it. The game about being essentially in a loop and you needing to like learn all the ins and outs of the world and the structure and the schedule of what happens, and then pull off this essentially this thing. When you think about games like Outer Wilds, it's similar there, but games like Outer Wilds are just there's so many more clever things you discover. It has time to breathe. There's an atmosphere. There's like a wonder. There's surprises that aren't just hey, there's like a slight secret around this corner. There's like a little bit more going on, and I don't want to compare it to one of my favorite games ever, but too much. But that's just a good example of like I feel like maybe Run, you were like a chicken with its head cut off, just flying around constantly, and it's very engaging to kind of do all that. It ends up kind of being a sort of a goofy story kind of payoff, but it's cool to kind of discover it all and execute. But there's definitely a certain manic kind of feel to it that I don't know if is quite to its benefit. And it's a little tedious at times. I mean, you need to redo a lot of stuff. Something like an Outer Wilds, you don't have to redo as much as you think because a lot of it's just knowledge. And then when you get certain knowledge checks, you can kind of cut other things out. There's things that kind of carry between runs in a way. Where with Grunt, it's like I'm gonna have to clip 30% of the fucking hedges and the lawn no matter what, that kind of thing. I mean, maybe that's just a random example. That might not actually been the case. I don't remember, but I did have to do a certain amount of shit. So I feel like, kind of, there's a little bit of tedium there that's kind of, some of the like discoveries, they can be kind of surreal or maybe even spooky, but it's not that wild. It's more, there's neat surprises. There's a lot of like a density to it going on. I'd really recommend playing it. It's unique in that case, but I think there was just a certain amount of feel I had by the end of it because of what I said that kind of didn't maybe knock it out of the park in the way I would have liked. still really good. I still really recommend playing it, but trying to kind of, I guess, sort of up the standard just a touch. Maybe I should look back over for what it's trying to do, right? I mean, some of these things it's apples and oranges. Hades, wow, we're into the Hades stuff. Yeah, I thought Hades was great. Yeah, I thought Hades lived up to the hype. I kind of already mentioned that. Um, I really, it had really good gameplay and a lot of good hooks to keep you interested in the long term. But I think the big thing that kind of sets it apart from most roguelites with just like really good gameplay or something is uh, kind of the more human dialogue. I enjoyed that and the setting and the context of the runs and stuff. Might not be for everyone there. I don't think the main story was like godly or anything, but it was nice to come back and kind of hear NPCs talk. I liked kind of the humor of it. It wasn't overly quirk maxing, which was nice. At times, it could kind of have some of that Marvel quippy shit, but it was usually pretty good on that. I thought that was cool. It felt like a game that had a successful early access run. There was clearly a lot of like attention put into bits of pacing, ways to kind of keep it fresh with the aspects, all the different weapons, reasons to up the difficulty, all that stuff. I have a little issue with it is it probably could use a little more actual core content, right? Another route, a bit more variation. You can have variations on bosses, and there are secret bosses, but um, because there's an in-game incentive to up the difficulty, the boss upping of difficulty generally is pretty deep in. You're way overkilling the difficulty if you change all the bosses. So you know, doing like 10 hours in between every boss variation permanently added in is, eh, you know, I think two does a lot better job of adding more things to do. It's missing out a little bit on certain builds, but there's a snappiness and a speed to it, getting in and out of upgrades, just moving through the game. And it's the first one. There's like a freshness to it there. I really liked it. I thought it was good. Um, like my favorite game ever or anything, but it's cool. Hades 2. I feel like I should put it in best. I'm not trying to be a contrarian. I've explained why I think Hades 2 probably prefer it less, even though on paper it's objectively better in a lot of ways. I think it kind of depends on yourself. So Hades 2, like gameplay wise, maybe there's a little less of a snappiness. It's got more focus on charge attacks, less on just juking, but it's still really fast. It feels good. So maybe there's a preference there. But the amount of new bosses, the amount of new routes and locations to go to, while still having a lot of weapons and variations on them, and probably better thought out boons and upgrades, is really cool. It's a big improvement on that front than Hades 1. Not that that was like rancid in Hades 1, mind you, but it's a pretty cool improvement there. They changed some of the balancing. How you do your upgrades are more of like you set up a loadout of like cards. There's a certain you get it pretty quick, and then there's a lot of stuff you just can't mess with. Like oh, this is obviously just really good. Picking like rarity. Like well, that means I don't really ever get to use the dice, and so sometimes it can be kind of stifling. It can kind of push you, especially since you don't get multiple loadouts that's super deep in on what maybe kind of builds you want to bother trying. You kind of go for more of like a general thing. I think maybe they could have had a few, like, not really leave out base elements like dice, and I weave those in maybe to like a normal run, but just make it so you could spec a little harder into it. Overall, I think the Arcana card thing is probably better than just the raw upgrades of the first one. They're still just raw upgrades. But I've got a couple minds on it a little bit, but so really it's better than Hades in most ways. But for me, like I said, a unique thing about Hades, it's not like it's the only roguelike with story, mind you, but um, the tone, how that was something you actually looked forward to coming back through it, how clean the dialogue generally was on like a more intimate kind of level, right? More small human level, how that was incorporated into kind of a cute little Greek god setting mixed with bureaucracy. It's not too much. It's not like fucking Outer Worlds, fucking, fuck the man bullshit. But it's like, it's kind of like a little bit of a joke in there. They're like your coworkers, kind of. Um, I think those elements were really well done in the first one, and it is not good at all in Hades 2. It's enough to just be like loosely engaging, but that was kind of one of the more things that edges out Hades, I feel like, and it's what you hear in a lot of conversation about it. And I feel like Hades 2 just doesn't have that. It tries to go larger scale. It tries to kind of give you this contrasted character compared to the first one, who's more serious and more, kind of driven on a larger goal, less, whimsical, I guess you could say. Um, and every other character is serious like that too. And I mean, it makes sense to have a more serious cast of characters for a more serious, big scope plot. That doesn't mean they have to be less good. I think that's a stupid fucking excuse. I think they could have explored more dark themes or elements of the families, of how the gods are, of how mortals are, of, you know, maybe not just the family always works out. Maybe there is some kind of look into, like, blood isn't everything kind of shit. They don't try to do any of that. Instead, it really ends up just kind of being the same themes and the same focus, but with no charm. Um, a lot more just asshole characters that are just kind of boring in one note, and just a lot more one note dialogue in general. All the gods and stuff, yeah, they got their own personalities, but if you're coming off of Hades 1, like, most of the dialogue, it's just everything's so focused on this big scale plot. Everything kind of has to like revolve around them talking about that, and it ends up being like, I won't say skippable, but I would skip the VA, and I didn't do that in the first one. I just was kind of like tired of reading. I'm like, oh yeah, it's Poseidon. He's gonna have some clever line about water, and then something about me busting up Kronos or Typhon, and then like that's what it was. That was most of that. Like okay, all right. They don't explore their character at all. It doesn't really like. There's no like interesting reveals. So, like sometimes you'd learn interesting things in the first one from just like stray comments some random god would say in a run. It's just not really anything going on there. A lot of it's the setting, but I just feel like they just don't explore that kind of setting as well. So, in theory, you just care about the gameplay of Hades. Hades 2 is better. It has just way more going on. I personally don't think it's like so much better, so much more engaging. Like I can't stop playing it. That it's like worth if you're doing just like a 2 credits playthrough. I'm calling it a much better game overall, though. Is it still a best game? I don't know. I was pretty fucking done with it. Like, I don't know if that's the realm of like a best game for me. Um, was this the highest rated game of the year or whatever Hades 2? I mean, I'm not trying to be contrarian. It is good. It is well thought out. A lot of the impressive parts of Hades 1 just kind of are still there in Hades 2, right? Like how they hook you in to keep playing more stuff, how they keep justifying Grim Dawn best game. True. How they hook you into kind of wanting to play a little more long term with systems, incentive systems instead of just the raw gameplay itself. That there is full stories for everyone and all sorts of shit like that, but I don't know. I don't know. Part of me feels like I'm just falling in line picking Hades 2. I honestly think Hades won. No, that's fair. I think Hades 1 is really impressive. I really like it. Like I said, I think Hades 2 absolutely is an improvement in a lot of ways, but I think where it counts for me and where it's unique, it's a big downgrade. There's a lot of good gameplay roguelites. It's not terribly unique about Hades that it has great gameplay. It's unique enough gameplay, but I mean, it's action, top down action. It's not the only top down action roguelite in existence, as most of them. So I don't know. It's got some good songs. I think it overdoes some of the lyric stuff. It's not great on timing with some of that. Looks nice. Yeah, and that's fair. I mean, some people just Fasto was on here saying Hades was pure shit. I don't agree with that, but there's an argument for it. I mean, for sure, it's not like some law of the land. I think there's like a tone to it, that just isn't for a lot of people. I think some people just don't like roguelites. There is an argument to say that, like, you could just have the content of Hades stretched out into more of like a campaign, and maybe that would just be kind of cool. I think it makes a justification for itself being roguelike pretty well, with all the different builds and options. It's not something. It's not like a Bastion where each of those tools is a little more simple and you just swap between them. They're pretty well fleshed out, but you know, if you don't like the tone, a little bit of the mix, comedy and like drama, I think it plays really well. I think it is just exciting just to run around and dodge shit and kind of get that little power fantasy by the end of it and kind of get better and get your clears. But I get it not being like the thing for you, but it kind of just depends on why. I mean, that goes for any game. I don't know if there's many games out there. I mean, there's a few where I'd be like, oh man, anybody should like this who actually, kind of plays video games. I get like, somebody's dog might not, or, it's your first game, they might not care about something. There's a certain impenetrability to certain games, or, you know, playing games for a bit, maybe to appreciate certain ones. But I don't know. Yeah, Hades, I don't know. I was pretty impressed by Hades 1. I came off of really enjoying it. It was definitely not just like getting lost in the hype, because then I would love Hades 2. And then I feel like it's really good. I respect people saying Hades 2 is like their thing this year. But yeah, I think there's just a certain charm there, and it's not just and quality of writing and all that. That well, gameplay improvements aren't really enough to take the hit on the rest. And it's different, but it's not that different than Hades. It's not like they like evolved it to like the next level. It's a good sequel evolution. But it's not like, I mean, like if you just came off of Hades 1 like me, I mean Hades 2 is not like, whoa, they just reinvented the game, which it doesn't need to, but it's not like that crazy level of upgrades. Like it is good, but there is, like I said, something to be argued about. Sometimes even the snappiness of the first one, and I think there's more possibilities, and it is more gameplay oriented in the second one in general. Anyways, I need to go to the bathroom, rest the voice a bit, so we'll stop there. I mean, I'm going to keep going, but I'm going to take like a break, go to the bathroom. So we're about halfway. Move a little quicker. Like right now, skipping a lot of these. Is there a certain thing about Hades, like why you felt that way? I'm always kind of curious after my combo with Fast. I'll be on my phone and of course. Let me make sure the music's fine though. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Is like Hades one has a certain, like, the elements all came together to create something kind of like unique. There's like a certain, a charm, a certain, you know, glint in the eye, a certain novelty. You know, the concept, the setting with the Greek gods, and how it is kind of more family bureaucracy, but that they kept it in the pants a bit without being too surface levels, too token about it just being Greek gods and like drama. That it had like a good setup for why you were trying to break out of Haiti or out of, you know, the underworld. That lent itself to like clean dialogue. That it still played into like the power fantasies and like the scaling of like a, you know, a god, a demigod or something. Like it kind of had all that going on. There's a reason it kind of like took everything by storm at how it did. I feel like Hades 2, like, while I think it would have done really good if it was the first one, it would still be really neat, you know, if it was released back then at the same time. I think that particular cocktail of everything is just not quite as much there in the way that I think made the first one unique. Which is kind of why I say that like two is kind of maybe not as good for me, and I don't even know if I consider it best game of the year. I mean, it probably is. I feel like I'm being like too negative about it, but it's hard to like get out of the shadow of the first one. And like I said, you know, good gameplay. It is 90% gameplay, but like as far as like a Hades thing goes, and how, you know, good gameplay is very common in a lot of, a lot of roguelikes. I mean, not always, but you know, it's not. I'll say it's the most important thing, but it's the one of the more unique, novel things of it was kind of the writing and stuff. So. I was gonna say they wanted Hades to be the way it is, and Hades just had to be the way it was, if that makes any sense. Yeah, I mean it's probably one of those things where they saw that like, you know, it was huge. They got to do a sequel, and that doesn't mean they don't have ideas, but you know, the perfect blend of factors to create like an extremely satisfying, unique thing like the first one. You know, they could look at it and as good game developers find places to improve it and add new content, new bosses, and do those well. But you know, the difference between just like a really good game and like something just like on another level, I feel like incorporates a lot of factors. Well, or one of those factors is just that good, right? And that's kind of what I'm saying. Is like, I don't think the gameplay is like that crazy. Where I'm like, this is like, fuck, who cares about the rest of it? You know, it's kind of like, you know, I mentioned like Drakengard, like it's got a lot of huge problems, but it just has elements for me that are that good that I don't care. I don't think Hades 2's gameplay is like on that level for me, and it is for some. But I played a lot of roguelikes. I played a lot of roguelikes with good gameplay. I played a lot of this year with good gameplay. It doesn't mean that what particular gameplay Hades 2 does isn't good, but there's like a particular extra couple ingredients in the first one that, while each individual ingredient is maybe not in direct comparison as strong as the first or the second ones, the whole cocktail for me kind of it comes together a little bit more cleverly and more satisfactory. I don't even know if I would go back and play the first one over the second one because of the gameplay stuff, but you know, the ride I got for like a 30, 40 hour thing, I just prefer the second or first one, the front. He's more of an art project than I think it gets credit for, even if it's art I don't like. It's much more mechanically focused than art games. It can get overlooked, but this particular kind of modernized Hellenism been around for a long time, and Hades is probably the first time it's brought entirely to life. Yeah, yeah. I that's my thing. I mean, me and you literally. I was going into Hades one worried about it being a token like it's friends with fucking Greek gods or some shit. It's gonna be too jokey, or maybe it's gonna be way. I thought it was gonna be really serious. You know, that it could be anything like that, right? It could just be, you know, the whole thing would be that it's X but Greek gods, you know, and that there would be a story, but that the cool part about it was that it just had a story, you know, and it was a roguelike, which, you know, is not as common. But, you know, I played it and I was like, oh, you know, it's actually got pretty clean dialogue, feels human enough, it's well VA'd, it's given to you piecemeal enough that it's an exciting thing to come back to. It feels like a reward. It makes dying feel even less like a big deal. It kind of ejects you into wanting to know more. It plays off of actual Greek fickleness, Greek god, not Greek, Greek god fickleness, and their lore and their the myth and all that and feats and all that stuff, and tries to incorporate it not just for a laugh or not just to attach a gameplay system to it, but because it kind of like feels like it fits, right? It's a well developed um way of taking those Greek gods and doing something with it. I think I'd probably say I even like the myth stuff better than like a God of War. So I feel like God of War is much more like surface level about it, right? That might have more of like the cruelty of like gods and stuff, but in terms of like actually kind of trying to utilize it in a way that feels like it's not just like a token thing or it's just there for fan service. I think it did like a better job of it, right? Like, which was kind of neat. But yeah, Hades 2 just doesn't have as much of a, for being a more serious, big scale game, which is what I thought I wanted a bit after Hades 1. I ended up not wanting that because I think they had less to explore and it ends up being more generic. Hades 2 is just more generic. It's just, yeah, it has the cool way of doing Hades plot, I guess, right? But like, it's just a big, epic Greek thing. But then they try to put family into it and it's really contrived by the end of it. And I would have liked if they just explored darker themes or try to incorporate more human characters into like different elements of Greek myth, like the shitty parts, the how the mortals are gonna have to deal with, the fickleness and, gods warring against like the kings of monsters or the titans and all that. Instead it's about family again. Or cue the fucking Star Wars. It's about family. Um but with way less heart and way less charm. As a sequel, it's kind of interesting because it is the characters but I mean, as much as any like modern Star Wars, it's characters that kind of bullshit. So I don't know. And I just think that mattered more to Hades than it does for other stuff. Yeah, and that's kind of something I realized too. Um, I mean, I would say that Hades 1 is their most playful tone. I think Transistor, Bastions. There's obviously like a kind of a jokey tone with the narrator, but you know, Pyre is them trying to do like a bigger world. I think they don't do a good job of it. I don't think it comes together at all. It tries to be a little more big and political and stuff, but yeah, they're never too edgy, right? Like there's always like a bit of quip, that kind of vibe, right? There's a bit of a, a smart assness or, that kind of vibe. I was worried once it started getting funny in Hades that it was going to be too much. It was right on point. I think it was about the level I could handle, and it still felt like actual fucking dialogue. They did it in Hades too. The only time they would do it is when they do that thing where the character rattles off an entire paragraph really quickly, sarcastically, like, "Oh, you mean that time when the big giant monster came through the portal and his ball sack touched me on the forehead and and it's like a sarcastic like one of the it's like that was the only thing I hated that in Hades 1. They didn't do it that much. It is the only joke like that in Hades 2 and it's just like God, why is it? It's like the he's right behind me, isn't he? Tier dialogue. It's like let's not, and they do it a lot. It's like the only kind of like like comedic charm they can try to get out of like the new cast, and That's another thing is they're just like less interesting, right? I mean, these are all like different daughters of and sons of Nyx and witches at the crossroads and all this and that, and like they're kind of interesting to look into, like the new Titans and stuff. But I mean, in the first one, you're getting Hades, you're getting the Greek gods for the first time, you're getting like a depiction of like Thanatos and like Nyx and chaos itself, and I think they do a good job of kind of like surprising you with these characters and then making them actually like still feel big and crazy, but like playing it into this kind of bureaucracy meets family thing, right? Like you're still obviously like some crazy god busting ass. It's not friends with Greek gods. And I just don't think the second one has the novelty factor, and it's not exploring characters uh, in a way that for a more serious story is, I think, as novel as interesting. It just is more serious. It still tries to have little bits of charm, but it just doesn't. It just doesn't quite hit for me. So yeah, and I mean, maybe that is the case. Most of their games have a certain writing style. Like I said, has a little bit of a quip to it. It's not like Uncharted where it's like annoying. Um, but I mean, I wouldn't say Hades 2 feels like way more serious than like a. I mean, Transistor probably feels more serious technically. I think Transistor actually pulls off its serious story a little bit more. Right, this is trying to tell a long form story, and as a follow up, a sequel. And I think those just kind of like bring it down a bit. You know. I just don't think it has enough gas in the tank either. It's not really a great main story. I mean, Kronos is like pissed that they killed him. You find out it's family issues by the end. That's really all that happened. I mean, yeah, he resurrects the Typhon or he frees Typhon, but it's like Typhon's just an asshole. He's just the actual mean motherfucker. That's all. There's no personality. He's a monster. I mean, everything after that, you get like little bits of Prometheus and all these other people, but it's like there's not really like a whole lot going on there. And there wasn't a whole lot of like crazy main story in the first one either. And I can see where some people that's not enough of a draw. But the setup and the context and the setting was cool enough where it made all of the random dialogue with every random NPC actually interesting, right? Because some people were like, "Hey, you're making my life harder." Some people, he's like romantically interested. Some people are family. Some people are a scale beyond you, but are still kind of like interested in a smaller thing. There's you trying to keep it a secret from the Greek gods that you even like exist. There's the mystery of who your mother is and stuff. And this is just like, eh, okay. Everybody wants to beat the big guy because he's the big asshole, and we all know it. Let's throw a little sort of twist at the end about family, and it's like there's just not a whole lot to explore there. And then they could make it something worth exploring. I mean, there's horrible things that happen all the time that there's people write stories for eons about, but they just don't do it. Yeah, and that's another thing about the strength of the early access efforts in Hades 1. And not that Hades 2 wasn't early access, mind you, but yeah, they probably had like, already a gem ready to polish, and then they had a lot of time to really think on it. And it feels like impressive there, where, most of Hades 2 is already kind of banking off the first one, which is fine. I mean, it's a sequel, but yeah, it just doesn't clear your schedules. But oh shit, bro. The year of the ick, dude. It's funny how this was like really. I've thought about going back and playing through Yick again now that it's changed again. But I mean, I played like the middle version of Yick essentially, as far as updates go. Now there's like another version of Nick, yeah, the Yick, and there's like sequel shit, and then now he's probably gonna do like another one. Um, uh, it's a top-down action game, but you kind of like stop time and like set up your turn essentially, and then it carries out. It's more cyberpunkish. But it is like top-down action. It's more of like an 8-hour game. It's short, not a roguelite. Um, but yeah, I think Transistor's great. Yeah, definitely. I'd say play that. I would say Bastion's probably a little closer to Hades' like actual gameplay, their first game, Bastion. And it's probably got a little bit of a closer tone, but Transistor's definitely more of their like big story one. I think the like kind of pause, play out the situation time thing is really cool. It's still like an action game, but and then the cyberpunk and the music is definitely their most stylish games. Yeah, I haven't played it in a really long time, mind you. But yeah, Hades is way faster than all of them. But they're all solid action games. They got big for a reason with Bastion, and Transistor kept it going. So I would definitely I'd play Transistor. But yeah, Transistor's good. It's worth playing. Yeah. The only one of theirs I wouldn't recommend is Pyre, unless you're just really interested in them as like a company, as a group. It's an interesting project. I like exploring that kind of thing, but it's not super duper worth the time. Probably can get Bastion like for free at this point too. Yeah, I don't know. The thing with Yick is like there's people like it's gone from being like ironic enjoyment or people like laughing at its expense, and there's like actual like Yick people now, dude. It's like the ironic enjoyers have like been brain fucked into actually like really liking Yick. It's like there's like actual Yick fans. I don't know. I'm curious. I thought Yick was really boring most of the time. It's so bad it's good qualities were there, and it is like kind of just interesting. But um, yeah, I think the best soundtracks they did too is Bastion and Transistor. Yeah, I don't know with Yick. I don't know. Maybe I'll play it again, the final version. My thing is like, yeah, I got so much to play. Like, do I really care? Not really. Yeah, I could finish this and start Pilot Wings today, man. I'm gonna do the Mega Man X series playthrough, but I don't know if I want to start that today. Maybe I'll chill. How long do you think Pilot Wings is? Is it like a you just fuck around kind of game, Akira? Like Wave Race 64 kind of, or is it got like some heft to it? I kind of was like, I might just throw down something small, goofy today. After we're done with this, it'll be in a couple hours. Okay, it's more just like a fucking around for an afternoon sort of game. I could do it closer to Ace Combat just for like the laughs. I don't know. It was kind of my mind. I mean, maybe I'll do UFO 50 instead, or maybe I'll just let my voice rest and take a break. And we'll start Mega Man X series playthrough tomorrow. Anyways, yeah. So that's Hades. I don't think I'm putting Hades 2 as the best game. I totally get people doing it. I absolutely respect it. But I think just the parts I liked about Hades, the full package, I just don't think Hades 2 quite has it, even though it's much better in a lot of places that matter. I think if you're, you know, depending on how you feel about the gameplay, just having more of it and having it be refined in different places is enough to just have it be better. But once again, Hades is far from the only roguelite that's really fun to play. There's a little extra something in there I think it was missing. Both great games, though. Maybe it's just because I just came off of it. It's Hurdling. Hurdling is not the best game of the year. It's a little. I think I liked it a bit better than some of the Journey likes I played this year. I really liked the thrill of when the camera would go wide and some really cool music started playing and you're running through the steps and with all your fucking buffalo, and I think there's kind of a rush there. There's a definitely a feel is unique, but it's your typical structure of one of these: the rise and fall and the cute animals getting hurt, and then everything's all good, and you reach the big central fucking mountain or area, and city bad and all that kind of shit, and so it's not going for much there. It's not like super interesting gameplay wise. It's at its best when you're just hauling. I think if you're in the mood for it, that kind of game, I think it's cool. I think it's worth giving a go. I enjoyed it. But it's definitely more of like a certain mood and it's not super consistent. And once again, it's also not pushing the boundaries of anything, which it doesn't have to, but even the boundaries of like just quality. Nice. Hollow Knight Silk Song, yeah. Yeah. Definitely one of the best. Crazy amount of stuff in it, all extremely polished, lots of fun secrets, really strong art, and just atmosphere in general. Super soul game. There's so much there. It's all very fun. I'm not 100% in the crest system. I think there could have been a little more granular customization for how much stuff you get. You don't get to play with as much as I would like, but that there is so many gameplay styles that they try to add depth on that front at all. Adding a little more difficulty onto it, it's for fans of the first one. I thought was pretty rewarding. If you just like Metroidvanias, it's just clean. It just feels good. It's all out there, and you'll never get tired of it. They got big updates coming out still with new shit. So that'll be cool. Yeah, just a really cool follow up to the first one. I would say I like it better than the first one. They're really about all in short to say about Hollow Knight Silk Song. Iron Lung. Yeah, I would probably put it as the best here. I think I really like the lore setup. I like that it's in the background. I like that it's willing to try to take its time and play with expectations and adjust a small space subtly to try to build tension, fear. Obviously, the payoff you kind of can guess. Everybody was already told you anyways. If you know anything about Iron Lung. But I think it does a good job of like exploring that. His past games kind of have a little element of that too, like the Moon Sliver by the end of it, and then Finger Bones. Moon Sliver. You're going through the end. You're hearing about the story. There's something there, and then you look around and it is there, and then it's like Finger Bones is like you're going back and forth, and things are starting to get more weird. You expect when you go back and forth something to happen eventually. It doesn't really. It tells you something else. Iron Lung, it's like the opposite, right? Like there is going to be something that happens, but it still subtly kind of plays with it. Um, it's just a really cool, just like simple game. I mean, I don't think it like blew my socks off, but it's a neat little experiment in patience and in like I said, nuance and subtlety and horror instead of running from the boogeyman, hiding in a fucking locker or something like that. It's why like video games or like books and stuff are gonna be all really strong with horror, and there's lots of different ways to be afraid, and less is more sometimes. Yeah, because when I think about Ireland, I'm like, like, is it really that good? I'm like, well, yeah, it's really effective at what it's trying to do. You have to put a little of yourself in there. If you want to appreciate some of the lore, you have to just go put in keywords. Yeah, it's so yeah. What's the word? Stripped down. It's you are in a fucking like super small sub, and there's nothing you can really do. You can't see outside the pictures. Like it has yeah total control over every little thing, and it doesn't not in a way where it's like it's gonna fuck with you all the time. It's just enough. And it builds up slow enough. It may be too slow for some. I talked way too much during it, but it's like impressive. Yeah, it's still really cool how they do it. There's a reason it got really big. If you want just like a really short horror thing with a neat kind of like post-apocalypse sci-fi, just odd concept, right? Like I talked about it before. I mean, the concept is you're like a convict or prisoner of war or whatever the fuck you are, and you are put in a submarine in this world um, where all habitable planets have and everything on them has just disappeared or whatever. Um, and so well, there's only a few ships and people left, I guess. And anyways, that might not be exactly what it was. But you should figure it out yourself, anyways. You're put in this sub, and you're dunked down into a planet that's a sea of blood. Uh, and you're kind of just moving around in this sub, going to different spots that you're supposed to reach on the map. And kind of just investigating, and it's a cool little setup. The lore doesn't matter that much, but it adds like a color, a texture, a richness, as some would say, to what you're doing. It kind of is in the back of your mind while you're doing it, right? Like that little mystery. A lot of it you kind of have to just fuck around on the keyboard yourself. Yeah, exactly. Which is something that's cool about most of his games. He just kind of throws that in there, and then it's not about that, but it adds like a flavor to it, where it's like, okay, like that's going on. That sets a tone, and then you do the thing. Um, yeah, so I think it's really cool. I would put it as a bet for sure. Maybe not like I'm crying on my hands and knees level of like best, but like it's cool, man, for sure. It's definitely a must play horror game. I mean, if you shit your pants pretty easy, maybe be careful. But it's not like bullshit. But anyway, swap the tunes while I can. Uh, Go a minute. I've got the VOD audio muted. Oh, this might be too distracting. There's some chill songs on this, but it's got lyrics. Well, it's got singing. Why is this labeled as Sonic? Weird shit happened. Moving everything over. Need to put back together my chill list, man. Perfect for this shit. I could do it. I did buy XO1 again. It was really cheap. Just to have like a chill game to replay at some point. I really like the movement in that and the visuals. Some of the light post rock. Anyways, Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess. I wouldn't put it down as like a best. I think it was really neat. It's cool seeing a big publisher developer like Capcom fund like a small, a little bit more experimental thing. The mix of tower defense, action, more mystical, um, kind of feudal Japan, yokai kind of deal was neat. You know, that sounds like something that's been overplayed because it has. But the way they mix like different styles of music into that, um, the way it's just presented, how over the top and kind of extravagant, all the dances and crazy, you know, personality of all the towers, which are people you put masks on, you know. It really makes it, you know, if you're tired of that kind of like setting, I think it gives it a, it's well enough done. It gives it a shot in the ass. But yeah, um, really cool idea, but it starts being played out a bit by the end. Um, it can be a lot. It's not like a difficult game, but um, there's elements of like strategy and um, exactness and precision and stuff, and some tower defense shit that I feel like is kind of missing here. It can be kind of a pain to fool around with certain things. So I mean, while it's still got good levels of strategy and obviously mixing the action perspective in, it's okay that it isn't as precise. You're not always getting the best of both worlds. It's just a cool mashup. I don't know. It's neat. I think it's clever, fun. Maybe a touch too long, but they try to mix it up enough. It's worth playing, but I walk away like completely wowed. LA Machine Guns, just another rail shooter. Don't get me wrong, there's some great rail shooters, but the coolest thing about it is it's like bouncing fucking dudes off the ground, you know, the ground. It has like a little novelty. It's got, especially if you're playing on an actual arcade machine, a weight to that motherfucking gun. But I mean, it's still just well, it's a bit more manic, a bit more fast and chaotic than some rail shooters. It's not reinventing the wheel. It's a good time. Labyrinth of the Demon King. I really like the idea of like more modern Kingsfieldy type of stuff. Um, I wish this game was for like the impeccable, like gritty, like feudal Japan demon thing going on. Um, the kinds of like camera angles and cutscenes they make with it all. I wish that it had a bit better like level design and stuff. The gameplay can be a little annoying and abusable at times. It's trying to be a bit more methodical, with blocking and all that, but I think there probably could have been a bit. That could have been a bit more refined. But for me, the big thing was just, you know, it's kind of doing more of like a survival horror, like a Silent Hill almost level design for a game that I feel like would have been better off with a much more open, not open world, mind you, but like a much more complex, layered kind of world where you're going to different chunks of it and coming back and re-exploring. And there's not really that many secrets, which was pretty shocking. This kind of game, I feel like, is all about its secrets. And when you look at like a Luna City or whatever, and you know that's one of the highlights. Or, you know, like a Grimrock type of deal. It's pretty light on that. Um, so it's I think it's one of those where as a cool like first thing, if that's what it is, it's pretty neat. I would like to see more people go for that kind of deal. I think they've got a good eye for like atmosphere. Um, I didn't like some of the dialogue, mind you. I thought that was totally kind of fucked, but it's just yeah. I've said that before. I just sometimes people, I'm sure myself included, just need to not write in their games. Be careful when you careful putting words on a fucking page. So I don't think it was a huge deal. Neither did even came out. Apparently, it got a big update past when I played it, so maybe it's totally fucking different. Probably not a best game. I did like it. Leap year, probably not either. I think how it makes you rethink the idea of jumping and surviving a jump in a 2D platformer. Um, it's clever. There's nice secrets. I think it plays itself out pretty well by the end, and the actual end is probably a little too much actual execution stuff. I mean, not that it's hard to execute, but you're not really there for like the movement. You're there for kind of like the cleverness and stuff, and far from the most clever, simple platformer I played this year. It's neat. I really recommend it, especially if you want to see kind of like a mix up on basic game mechanics. But um, I don't think it takes that and runs with it in like the most crazy way to be like one of the best games I played this year. But more than worth playing. Yeah. Grimrock. Yeah. Even though I think the second one is like heads and shoulders above the first one's still really cool, man. It's just that the second one's that fucking good. Um, I think the general atmosphere, how it incorporates real time while still being grid based, how clever a lot of the little puzzles are, the amount of secrets of the significant shit, that it has like a full RPG thing, but still keeps itself to like being a 10 to 15, 20-hour game. It doesn't get too bogged down, the crisp pace, like all that stuff. I just think makes for a really good time. I don't like much, the dialogue and the final boss and stuff. Once again, stop writing. if you've got something good going, just stop fucking writing. Just don't do it. If it's good already, I don't need it. Just don't do it. Um, but it's still a fun fight, I guess. But yeah, Grimrock One's got maybe a little less visual variety than I like. Some of the secret stuff there's tells, so there's a little sameness there, but not totally simple. Oh, it could be a little tedious on that front. I feel like the hunger system, while abusable, probably can feel maybe seem a little tighter than it needs to be, but overall, it's just a lot of fun, man. It's unforgiving enough, has enough depth, is hardcore enough to feel really rewarding, but it doesn't feel like it's just doing it just to be fucking like an asshole. Like that one wizardry game everybody talks about where you're like the bad guy or whatever, and it's like insanely fucked just to fuck you kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I don't know if you play Grimrock 2. I think Grimrock 2 is a god game. It's super crazy. I mean, there is a niche to it. Um, absolutely, and that's part of probably what I like about it. Is it is very much its own little experience that not many things have done, and not really almost anything's topped it. And I just like finding those experiences, and that it is kind of a bit more unrelenting. That, there is just a bunch of crazy secrets. You just figure it out or you don't. It can be spicy. You can get fucked over, but I mean, it's just it's just really cool for that. It's not like trying to super turbo fuck you like it's like Fear and Hunger or something. It's more of just a cool thing to overcome and kind of explore. And the first one's definitely not as good, but it is good. I still thought it was really impressive. But two is just it's like just the sequel. It's just that is how you do a sequel. It's everything you liked about the first one in a more open format where you're going in between different areas that all look different with different kinds of enemies, just as many good secrets, even better build craft and equipment, just as nice of puzzles, but in a in a way that doesn't feel like you're just jumping between portal rooms as much as the first one was. They cut a lot of the goofy story shit out. It's a lot of different endings, lots of bosses. Um, I think going from the mountain, top of the mountain down to the bottom to an island is just it opens up for so much cool shit. You know, like Grimrock One is like it's a stamina journey. It's you from point A to B. Grimrock 2 is you kind of like it's like a mist island, not like dungeon crawler. you'll go into actual dungeons. You know, so you'll sometimes just be on the beach. You're in the wizard tower. You know, you're sneaking in some underwater thing. There's all sorts of cool shit like that. It's just really well done. Obviously, if you've got like an aversion to like tiles, um, it's a little less abusable as the first one when it comes to like, you know, going back and forth on tiles, trying to hit guys and stuff. Enemies are a little smarter about it. But, you know, if you don't like that style of movement or something, I think it works really well for how they set up puzzles and secrets and you getting used to like the cadence of like a battle. It's kind of clever. If you have any familiarity with, you know, first person dungeon crawlers, you know, the tiles and all that, it's just a cute way of doing it. But yeah, and it looks great. It still looks impeccable. I mean, just the lighting, you know, since you're generally in more fixed perspectives and stuff, you know, everything's animated. It just looks. I mean, obviously, you could. When I found out that it's made by like Remedy devs on the side, I was like, oh yeah, okay. Clearly, these people know what they're doing, right? So really cool game. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Yeah, it's funny how old it is. Me and Fast were talking about Grimrock 2. It's just like, man, it's so crazy how good Grimrock 2 is for how old it is. And while there's still good first person dungeon crawlers that have come out since, it's just like, you know, that's just, I don't say it's lost to time, but you know, the first one has so many more people who played it too compared to the second one. It's just first person dungeon crawlers. There's the JRPG type that's more combat focused, when the levels are a bit more just like completionist. Maybe there's a little puzzling, but it's not about like density and like secrets and tricks and shit. Um, but like, and then there's like this style where it's more, you know, like you know, the opposite of it. Like they still exist. There's still little ones. I'd say there's more of a Kingsfield influence these days. That's more popular, or like going a little harder on the D&D settings. Like you got your Keymaster. I haven't played that. That's supposed to be cool. But yeah, that Grimrock particular style. I mean, not that that's like probably totally dissimilar, but the thing about Grimrock, it's just heavy duty. It's just not. It's niche. It's, you know, it's not super simple. It's secrets. It's patience. It's, you know, there's not story really. It's not that kind of thing. You're left to your own devices. Um, it's, you know, it's tile based, but it's not turn based. It's, you know, it's one of those things. Like obviously for me, you know, someone who plays a lot of games, I'm just gonna, you know, the uniqueness of that and the execution, I'm gonna be really taken by. But I can see where it's like, you know, yeah, it's just not. That's not something that cracks the mainstream. It's not something that everybody talks about. Maybe certain people might pick it up and be all about it. Um, but it's so old at this point, it's not like going viral randomly easily. So yeah, exactly. It's just very neat. I'd really recommend if nobody. I mean, you don't have to play Grimrock One. I would recommend it, but at least try Grimrock. It's just cool, man. Just go in, you know, just give it your all, explore. Not like an ass kicker. I mean, you can save all over the place. It's not like grueling. It's just dense. It's fun to explore. It's cool, man. Yeah, and then just how clever he uses. Yeah, exactly. What was once restrictive kind of turned into something more real, right? Cool stuff, man, for sure. I put that the DLC? Should, because I did that with the Liza P thing. Yeah, super cool. Just really good game. I'm looking forward to being able to watch more people. Ugh, play it and stuff. You know, it has that kind of loot too, like the old Baldur's Gates and shit, or just old D&D in general that a lot of games don't have anymore, where it's like about getting crazy big, like super upgrades, not just like marginal small ones over time. Like you do get some of those, but it's more like, oh, I've got this crazy thing that like totally changes I'm gonna play, or I'll get this item in the early game and I'll just have it forever because I discovered it and I'm gonna use it that way. And so it's satisfying to find stuff too. It's not like, ooh, I got my blue ring +1 or some shit, that's got like 0.25 inches of cock extension. It's like, you know, and not that that would be significant, of course. I'm sure anybody would take anything, but it's something a little bit more. I like. I kind of miss that, and it's something I like about old JRPGs, like really old ones, like Dragon Quest One, or like old East stuff like that. Where it's like you get a level up, and it's like, damn, I feel that level up, and it feels good. I get a fucking piece of armor, and I'm like, I'm fucking destroying these bastards now, and it lets me go to a new area, like, and then it begins again in some ways, right? And it's like it's something about old D&D and like really old JRPGs that I feel like nowadays the amount of systems and the amount of granular gear and too much gear and maybe just like a certain level of popularity, I don't know. Um, some of this kind of stuff is just, yeah, it's eroded the feeling of like gear upgrades. I mean, it still feels good just to get upgrades, know you're getting better, and then eventually you make enough good choices and you can tell you're destroying and it feels good, right? But having like that immediate, like, oh yeah, this is big, in a smaller tight game is, yeah, for sure. Lonely Mountain Snow Riders, really cool snowboarding game, skiing game. It's a skiing game, or whatever, right? Yeah. um, it feels good. The soundscape is great for the atmosphere. You just really feel like you're in this like kind of you in nature, just cranking down these mountains. I think the memorization aspect of it and the camera angles and all that heard it a little bit on a casual run through. And at the end of the day, it's like it was fun. There's a depth to the movement and all that, especially if you're like interested in a time trial way. But it doesn't go too much beyond that. I mean, you kind of get what you get in the first bit. There is multiplayer. There's other stuff there. I mean, I think if you're like really, really crazy gung ho on the extreme sports, the snow sports stuff, maybe you get a little bit more out of it, and the time trial stuff. But I think it's great for a playthrough. I don't think it's, like I said, it's not blowing my socks off. The camera angle stuff is just a little bit of a deal there. And I mean, there's just only so much that formula I'm gonna want to like just kind of stick with in the long term. Like it's good for what it is. It's simple. It's it's just it is. There's no extra fluff. It is just you riding down serene mountains, the sound of nature, hearing the snow crunch. It's a good time. It's not for me pushing any kind of wow factor like boundaries or anything like that. No. It's not a slight. It's good. Like I don't have like big problems. I mean, hell, D&D has like +1, +2 ranks, and for Magic has only goes up to +5 in 99% of cases. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of my thing. Is like it's major stuff, and I mean, I imagine something like a +4 or 5, the size of like that, and D&D is probably psychotically powerful. The frequency you'd be getting those kinds of upgrades are small, right? I mean, when I was playing Baldur's Gate, it's like I get something at the beginning of the game, and I'd have it the whole way, or I would never get something for a slot. That's just how it was, right? Because they were like special. Yeah. Whoa. Ooh. Look outside. Easily one of the best. Just, just a god game for sure. Uh, Great usage of the idea of like horror beyond your comprehension, eldritch type of stuff. Probably the most impressive body horror collection ever fucking made. I would say the amount of art, how there's so many different sprites, so many different phases of each dude, how they're all themed after like somebody's personality or room, just all that, the amount of detail into like what the states of the game and what all could be happening and how it plays into randomness and like a light bit of like schedule stuff and that it's still fun gameplay. I talked about it a lot yesterday. I sucked the fucking jizz right out of it. It's just extremely impressive that it doesn't fumble it on the writing. It's nice. It's nice writing. It's funny. It's serious. It's fucked up. Um, it's just an extremely soulful, passionate game that does a crazy amount with detail. It's one of those games where it's an awesome update game. People suck off like No Man's Sky when it comes to updates and stuff, but used to see people complain about the core, right? But it's like look outside and it does these updates and it's like it's already good, and then they just throw another fucking game on top of it, and then it just all works together, and it's just not that I'm like dunking on No Man's Sky, I haven't played it, but you know, it's one of those things where it's like they just did it just to do it. It's not like some comeback. It's just already a good thing. Um, that just kind of keeps getting better, and that amount of detail and time, and in every aspect of it. The writers, the composer. There's great music stuff. It works really well with moments. All that kind of stuff. Right? Like it's like fucking 2, 3 people making it. It's just a crazy game. It's super worth playing. It can be a little stressful maybe because technically it's on a timer. You have plenty of time to do stuff. I'm super slow and I still got to see just the most significant things. You're not going to see everything. You might not even see certain party members. You might not, certain things might not happen certain ways, but it's one of those you could go watch somebody play and it'll just feel like a much different shit's going on. The core stuff maybe is going to be similar, but it's all really cool to see. They're really cool times. Big fan. Uh, Ludo, probably not a best. I think it can be can sag a little. It's a little slow at times. Some of the PT influence, that type of stuff, is cool. I don't mind. I mean, there's really good ones like Visage and shit. It's played out a little. I like that they try to play into like a bit more of like a meta thing. Not also extremely novel, but in that format, it was cool. It feels like they're trying to actually tell a story. There's a symbolism, there's a meaning there. That was like refreshing, beyond just being another jump scare, House of Jump Scares bullshit game. So it was good. I like it for that. I don't think I was touched enough by the story. I don't think I was um, jacked in enough to like every little puzzle and want to go back and like find every little secret, especially with the needing to essentially replay the whole thing to really push it to that extra level, squeeze more out of it. And the format of it being kind of more of like a PT type of thing, totally fine, but it's not like I thought it was good, not bad. I would like to see more by them, but not super wild on it. Yeah, Mario Kart 7. Um, I don't know, man. How do you? I mean, I played like all the tracks once. I mean, it is the game before Mario Kart 8 in feel and mechanical evolution. You're getting the flight. You're getting, you know, the feel of the drift is the closest you're going to be to 8. It's Proto 8. I think it has some of the best tracks in the series. It's not really pushing the envelope on like a single player or any new features, but um, you know, it's interesting. It's a fun time. I guess I could put it as a best. I mean, the thing is like when you do a series playthrough of Mario Kart, a lot of them because they are upgrades, but they're not monumental. Kind of don't come across as like as big a deal, as impressive. You know, you think back to Double Dash because it really tried to do something different, or like DS because it has the single player mode. There's nothing wrong with 7. It is extremely tight, good feeling racer with good courses, the best rainbow ride. But I mean, it is just kind of another, upgrade of Mario Kart. I kind of want to put it on a best. I definitely will with 8. Um, Obviously, people don't have like a nostalgia for 7 as much. I mean, not that I'd let the common conversation pressure me too much, but you just don't. When you think about even just going through it really quickly, you can refer to like the praises sung about some of the other ones. That's more at the forefront of your mind. 7, it's really just what I got when I played it that day. And I don't hear about the competitive side of it. I didn't really have much to think about on the other elements in the battling and stuff. But I kind of want to put it on best because it was just really good. But it's hard. It's one of those things like, well, it's like eight's just like better. You know, does that mean 7 shouldn't be on there though? I mean, that's what I did with Grimrock. I don't know. What was right before 7? Anyways, we. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to. Yeah, that's kind of my thing. Is like a best, like 8. I can because the amount of content, 200cc, how just really good the fucking gameplay felt. You know, the amount of like customization, that it pulls from so many different games. Like it has like some of the Mario Kart 7 good shit, right? That's part of the problem. It's kind of like a Smash thing. It's like, yeah, you could say like Smash 4 is like really good, but it's like, oh, hey, well, Ultimate just kind of has it all, right? So it's kind of hard to, it's one of those where it's like almost a linear upgrade. So while in and of itself, it's good. I mean, when it's missing that individual extra thing, right? Like the DS, for the time when it came out, or for the single player challenge mode, or a particular way to control it, like in Double Dash, and a nuance of like movement or how it works is like a co-op thing. Like 7 doesn't really have any of that. It's just a really clean racer with really good courses in the shadow of a game that just takes everything from it and does it even better, right? I think you could argue, if you really know your Mario Kart enough, that you could put it up there, but I'm just gonna leave it as good. I think if you really get into the nitty gritty, maybe 7 is something I can consider like a best game. But for me, I did play these in a row. If they're marked as replays, they'll be marked as replays. But these were it's the first time I played these 4. I mean, I played 8 before, but the deluxe version. You could almost count that as DLC, but yeah, it's just it's kind of hard to really like sit there and be like, yes, without really playing it a lot more. And getting into the super nitty gritty on it. Just kind of playing them all in a row. I don't think 7 stood out in any really special way. It was just good. I feel like best for me is more like, it's not letter of the textbook. It's not the letter of the word kind of thing. It's more just like, how just impressed I was by it, and then try to back that up with reasons, see if that kind of holds through. I don't think if I put 7 on best, I could really. I mean, the general quality level, but I don't know, it's just missing a little extra spark, I guess. And like I said, it does. I mean, you can't talk about everything in a bubble. Like, you can't say, oh, 7 is this, and then just forget about 8. Right? Like, I mean, 8 really does just kind of take 7's lunch for a lot of it, other than some stages. And I'm sure some on the competitive side of things, probably a lot of nuance, but as a casual player of these, it's really hard. Like, you could now with World's not going to be on best, right? Even though I thought it was still good, but like that has like issues, right? That has things you can point to. It doesn't just like take something's lunch. So, I don't know. Anyways, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. There's some shitty courses. It's got some of the worst in the series, and a lot of it's paid. So it's kind of hard to really give it too much credit there, but it has a lot, just an insane amount of courses, an insane amount of awesome ones. More importantly, because you could kind of argue that, yeah, because there's like the shitty tour ones that are really bad. Yeah, I mean, it takes as long to go through Mario Kart 8 just doing all the courses once as it did to play every game before it combined, right? Um, it redoes the battle mode, which Double Dash still probably has the best battle mode, but that was nice. It has probably the most important thing is really crispy feeling gameplay. That is utilized well, right? Mario Kart World has really good feeling gameplay, but it fucks up a lot of stage shit because of the open world. So like sometimes maybe in Mario Kart 8 it can be a little too busy. The zero G gravity stuff can kind of make you lose a sense of place. So as far as like charm goes, I feel like Mario Kart 64 is still one of those that has a lot of charm because it does have more of like the colors, the simplicity of what you're seeing, that it isn't going too crazy with like all the riding on walls and stuff. I think that's, something maybe it's missing a little Mario Kart 8, but overall, like the production value, say what you will about the big band stuff as more, Nintendo these days. At that point, it was still pretty cool. Yeah, it's very busy and noisy. It is very overproduced sometimes. Not always, but it is like, there's a lot of moving parts. I think the gravity stuff is a big problem. Not a problem, is why. It's one thing when I'm like traveling through Bowser's Castle. It's another thing when I'm like spinning around like Sonic through Bowser's Castle and he's blasting fucking Fritos out of his ass while 50,000 items are coming at me and all that kind of stuff. So there's a simplicity to the older ones. I think that can be preferable, but overall, just the feel of it, the customization, just how it feels to just ride into a fucking turn. Um, the character selection and all that. Well, not the best in the series with World, all that kind of stuff. It's just a fun time. It's extremely energetic and crazy, and stuff like 200cc is really neat. I really like 200cc. That was a neat way to try to rethink how to play each thing. I mean, clearly not every stage was made for it, but having to actually break and the speed of all that stuff was cool. But yeah, I mean, it's just one of those that just polishes and then cleans up the drift gameplay even more, right? Like Double Dash, it can be really hard just to do a normal turn, and there is an appeal to that. There is like a kind of subtlety and nuance of movement that's kind of cool there. Um, not you don't really have that kind of issue in Mario Kart 8, but on how the stages are made for drift gameplay, how they've just kind of taken that to its pinnacle. I really like that and the energy of everything. It's just a very just a really um, it's just fun. I mean, it's focused on being fun, being colorful, being crazy, being exciting, feeling good to play, and I think it just does that really well. Right, right. I mean, when I did all these, it was all multiplayer. Um, right, right, exactly. Yeah. Mario Kart 64, I talked about that on its own. I still think that one has some of the most charm. I don't think the gameplay is quite as refined. I think you generally get better on that. But yeah, Dual Dash has like probably the best party game um, out of all of these. I think it tries to do something cute with the two players on one thing. I think the fucking amount of like weird weight class stuff going on can make you both picking like a fat character just feel fucking bizarre. Needing to like talk to your friend to like swap to driving or not swap to the driver's seat. That it's generally a little harder just to play. Means there's a lot of like a lot of times you could just fuck up and like fall off a mountain, and that's kind of funny. It's great for party stuff. Yeah, I mean, we did all of these in multiplayer. Sam and I and Cactus and everyone else. There's a lot of people actually. And Klitz and everyone jumped in for 8 and all that. And Cora and everyone. So it was really cool doing that, and it's a different feel when you're playing with a bunch of people. Yeah, that's kind of my thing. Is like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is fun to just like ride through, regardless of who you're playing with. Dual Dash or Double Dash is probably like a better party thing, and it's more focused on that local shenanigans. I think there's a bit more of like a charm to like Mario Kart World or Mario Kart 64. But just the sheer amount of stuff and the polish of the movement and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, it's tough to beat. I'm not arguing it's the best necessarily, although I do think it probably is. I think there's something to be said about most of them, but it is a great game. Yeah. I mean, if you're looking for just like a single player racer that you want to really explore the depth of, I mean, Mario Kart. I mean, like any racing game, there is depth to be mined still from it. I mean, obviously, there's other. You can play F Zero. You can go play your Turismos or your other arcade racers. It's not. I don't think it's necessarily. I mean, people do play these competitively and go super crazy on them. I don't think it's necessarily like a negative or something if it's like not Racing Lagoon or some shit. Um, what it's trying to be is something that you could just keep coming back to occasionally, and it's just really exciting and fun and something that can be improved on, but not something that is not fun if you don't. And I think it's really good for that. Like a casual. I mean, the visuals and the sound and all that. I mean, they're a big deal for a reason. So yeah, it's just real good, solid. Mario Kart Super Circuit. If you're wanting that challenge, you're wanting that little less glitz and glamour, but a little bit more like actual stage difficulty. It's a cool. I think it's a cool kind of evolution of the Super Mario Kart style on the Super Nintendo. I don't think it's like a best game. Like it's fun. I can see myself playing it again. I don't ever want to play Super Mario Kart again, probably, but I could play Super Circuit again. It's a neat time. Like I said, if I mean a lot of Mario Kart for me is just playing them through casual. I think the production value, the visuals of like the 3D ones, I think just are more acclimated to that. Um, the variety of locations is like better visually in this, but I mean it still doesn't hold a candle to a lot of the later shit. It's fun. Like I said, it's fun in a way where it's a bit more difficult to just actually ace a course normally, kind of like the old ones. What it doesn't have in like unique set pieces or hazards it has, and just like, complicated roading and stuff. But I'm not like, I mean, I like it, but I'm not like psycho about it. Mario Kart World, um, probably the best looking game. Extremely charming. I loved all the character choices, the goofy outfits, the idea of having a big world and trying to like make a new element of Mario Kart with that was a cool idea. Extremely poorly done. Just bizarrely underutilized or overutilized. Underutilized in that as a single player thing or as a party game, there's not a lot of good stuff to find in the world. Um, there's not enough stuff to find of significance. There's not much of like a reward to do so. Um, it kind of makes it feel a little lifeless at times, despite it looking really good and sounding really good. And then when they do overutilize it, is when they start incorporating this open world into the multiplayer modes, which I don't know if they've patched it at this point where they don't do it anymore. But the idea is you would do like a lap or two on a stage, and then it will set up the next thing, and that you'll start from the end of that stage and go on a trip to the next one. And most of those trips tend to be like straight lines through this open world with very little randomization, very little opportunity to like route. And then you'll just slide right into the next one. They won't reset this one or nothing. And just do like half a lap or a lap, and then it's like over. And it would have been neat to just like, hey, you just have to go to these three places. Just do them, and you have to do a certain amount of laps, and you just go at it. Go in an order, or if you do need to get to it, you just, you have to just find your way. You have to know the world. You have to route. Maybe enough random things could happen where it's like I'm fucking feeling like Burt Reynolds flying around and like Cannonball Run or something. Just like it's some goofy shit going on, and it's supposed to be this wild ride, through all these different places, and there's a bit of freedom and a bit of unexpectedness to it. Instead, it just ends up being the worst Mario Kart tracks in the series, if you count them as tracks, because it's just like you going down the highway. Yeah, it's crazy. They like double down on it, and you're just like, what the fuck? It's so odd because usually Nintendo's a little better about that, but this is where they just feel like they're so behind the times still in weird ways. Like they introduce this open world, don't bake it in well. It cuts into what is good and what people know, which is the actual courses, which are great, and the new mechanics are really awesome, like the wall riding and grinding and shit. There's a lot of really good depth for like minor time gains and stuff. Maybe too much. I mean, I feel like people probably get totaled online in that aspect, um but then they put in these like extremely, I mean, even me just casually, I was like, man, these are kind of boring, right? These extremely boring sections that could have been cool in theory, but they aren't. But then they just like force them in, and then it's like, okay, well, I did want to just explore the world. I was like, hey, Amigo, maybe some people will just, there's games like that, The Crew, right? Where you get your crew and you just go explore the world and you just go do stuff, but there's not enough cool stuff to find. It's a really nice looking world. There's a lot of cool random music going on, but it's like you're just kind of grabbing the occasional collectible. There are some things with some actual budget that happen, but they don't even let you do it in co-op. Most of it, they patched that, I think, to allow you to do more of it in co-op. But it's like, so like, not only does that hurt the party game stuff, it's not as interesting of a single player because it's just not as developed, despite there being a lot as like, even a Mario Kart DS. And then it's like for the actual multiplayer, the entire hook of what would have been cool about this is like either not in its own mode, which would have been better, but even if it wasn't, it's just not utilized well. Could have been its own mode, still would have been shit, but at least it would have just not been a part of it. You could just still have it be like the lap thing, but instead it's like you just get none of any of the worlds. So I talked about this already. I'm kind of repeating myself on a lot of these, but yeah, that keeps it from being best, despite it having some of the best elements of the series. Yeah, exactly. It's just weird, man. I mean, it's such a fucking Nintendo thing to do, though. They're gonna have like maximum control, right? It's like Jesus, dude. I mean, come on. This series has been about doing standard circuits forever. At least let people do that if you're gonna poorly implement this open world. Like, what an overestimation of how good their open world is. What, they made this big world, they're like, yep, this is awesome because we made it. Who cares? It's not interesting. You know, you can occasionally have bikers, I think, attack you. Maybe just in single player. Very rarely you can get inside the big fucking 18 wheeler. Like, give me more crazy shit like that. It should be this psycho journey where, like, we're all going our own ways and, you know, maybe they can corral you into going on certain routes because you get more speed on, like, you know, roads, but like a bunch of crazy routes. You know, nothing just really obviously in a straight line, or if it is a straight line, you know, there's a bunch of fucking shit that can fuck you up and like items and all this sort of stuff and shortcuts. I mean, they have like the wires you can grind on above people, but it's still the same shit. You're just on a rail now instead, just hanging out. And it's like the idea of like traveling through a world to get to these stages and those stages existing in an actual full world is cute. But that's all it is. It's a novelty where you just drive and see it occasionally. Like, huh, that's cute. The stage is over there. And then I could drive over here and do this instead. And like that's it. It gets old pretty quick. I mean, yeah, you'll probably spend more time with it in a casual run through than any of the other games just because there is just so much little bullshit. But yeah, it's just so poorly thought out and executed. Like it's still good. It's still a good game. But it's like, what are they thinking, man? Kind of just dropped the ball. Like it had the potential to be a really cool shot in the ass on like how Mario Kart feels and be more of like a, you know, have the potential to have even more cool party game stuff, but also have still really high execution stuff. If you kind of, you know, have that open world stuff be its own little thing that's really worth doing, you know, and mixed into the races, and then have like your lap stuff be its own deal, you know. But this don't. You get the worst of both worlds. Yeah, which is one of the reasons I say the Switch 2 is just kind of had a little bit of a rocky thing for me so far. Rocky little start. I think there's a lot of like whelming games or just like okay games. Disappointments like your Prime 4s and all that. You know, I mean, let's be real. Who's asking for Kirby Air Riders? Like another Zelda Muso. Bonanza's really cool for most people. You know, I thought it was a little. I didn't quite. Didn't quite explode for me. How I would have liked. You know, it's like Mario Kart Worlds, really nice but really flawed. Like they still have a lot of good things going on in most of these, but there's just a lot of like just kind of near misses kind of deal for me so far on the Switch 2. I mean, obviously, I still enjoy it. Someone who just wants to play, you know, most games I can, but yeah, I don't know. I'm very curious going forwards what we'll be getting. I'm not new Fire Emblem isn't exactly what's gonna get me roaring and ready to go. I mean, I hope it's great. I just haven't played through them. There's nothing wrong with it, but I'm curious what they're gonna be announcing this next year because I feel like there needs to be, you know, while they put out like a big thing every month or so, you know, like I know, wow, another shitty Pokemon, right? Like I'm kind of waiting for that like proper killer app that actually really just kind of nails it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, I know not that I'm saying I said this during Air Raiders, but you know, there's nothing wrong with having another Air Raiders. I think it's an odd pick from them, but hey, not everything needs to be the biggest IP and the most obvious sequel. My thing was more just like it is very underwhelming. It is very it was a mediocre game in the first place, so it had potential to just do way more with like the ideas. And instead they just take that exact same thing, content and all, and just polish it a bit more and then staple a shitty roguelike mode onto it. It's like, Sakurai can throw as many flashy menus and extra little side features like a garage and stickers that he wants in there, but that doesn't change the core of it for me. And the core is still a piss poor racer with a cute side mode that is almost identical to the original. It's cool. It's probably having online is probably enough, but it's not exactly something that gets me rip roaring pumped about the Switch 2's launch. So, is what I mean, right? So I don't know. Anyways, we can keep talking. I'm gonna go ahead and keep moving as well. Misery Re. I liked it. This is a very me deal. It's like a Humanity game. I think the setup for the story, the guy who's been alone on a space compound, planet, space station, whatever you want to call it, um, for a really long time. So he's kind of just sleeps a lot and has very vivid dreams, and it's kind of just that's happening. Cool setup. I don't think it really. Once again, the writing, I don't think it quite hits. At the end, I think it's okay, but I kind of would have preferred something a little more in line with Humanity, where it's a bit less explained. It's cool that he says stuff. I don't mind that throughout the game, but when you get the full deal, it's like it's fine, it's all right. But the actual dream worlds, the flow of those, having actual objectives you need to kind of like fill out and all that was really cool. There's some really creative looking areas, very surreal, the nice mix of like horror and the whimsical dreams, just all sorts of stuff, and the music hit right. If you like Yume Nikki, it isn't Yume Nikki tier, but it's cool. I liked it as much as some of the other fan stuff like Dot Flow and all that. I think when it gets to the last phase, it turns a little bit more into like a Silent Hill when it comes to like the gameplay um, structure. Instead of dream worlds, you're kind of exploring like a one thing, um, and then there's like a story chunk at the end and kind of a boss too. But those elements maybe not my favorite, but they're not like so bad it kills it, and they're not really like super bad anyways. Um, but the creative dream world kind of just phasing through all that and figuring out where they all are and how they physically piece together is really cool. I liked it for that. So if you like Yume Nikki, do it. Mouthwashing. Yep. Mouthwashing was great. Um, really tightly paced story. Um, that delves in a lot of different little topics with a cool setup. Don't really want to spoil much more, but it's not pure walking sim. Um, it utilizes games enough there, but it is a very like story focused deals. Really cool. Um, Very interesting visually, but a lot of it's more just kind of the characters and how fucked up it can be, and not in a shock way, but just kind of a lot going on there. It's mostly about the tight pacing and just clean writing, right? More of kind of like almost a movie in that way, but not so much that it's like a cynical like it's just a movie game. It's whatever. For me, it's more about the experience, anyways. Cool game. Muse Dash. I liked it. It's cool. I really liked some of the style of music and the progression and stuff. I've played a lot of rhythm games. There's a lot that really hit well. The maps are just right. A perfect selection of tunes. I don't think this had the variety there. I don't think every tune was amazing, but there was a lot of really good stuff, and it was kind of a cute display for it. The kind of like auto run punch jump thing. Um, I don't think it's like changing the game. I think if you play a lot of rhythm games, Well, this one's probably got a little bit more palatable of like a presentation. It's not unlike anything you've seen. Your Theatrhythm has like a RPG upgrade thing going on. Your Kingdom Hearts one is like sort of floating through like fucking space, smacking shit. Um, it's just a rhythm game. It's good. I like it. It's cheap. I mean, it's got like a season pass thing that it's maybe a little weird because of what's in it and stuff and all the Miku shit maybe not being there, but um, it's just a solid rhythm game. I don't think it's reinventing the wheel on it. I don't think it's like you know it's just very singularly impressive. Like just it just does something special, better than all the rest. But if you want a good rhythm game, it's a good as long as you like the type of music. Oh, My Friendly Neighborhood. Yeah, I would put this as the best. I think this wasn't this year. I'm a big Resident Evil guy, a survival horror guy. This is not a spooky game, but it does take. Oh yeah, this was. Oh yeah, this is fucking Szymanski's brother, John Szymanski, and a crew, I guess, or some shit. Evan Szymanski. There's Evan and John Szymanski. I didn't realize this was just both of them who made My Friendly Neighborhood. Jesus, dude. It never ends. I'm just playing all their games this year. I guess they both worked on Secret Agent Wizard Boy as well, huh? Interesting. Anywho, I guess your Iron Lung guy worked on this a bit. Yeah, so My Friendly Neighborhood. Um, it is a first person kind of survival horror, like I think RE2 remake style game when it comes to exploration. It's about you exploring, I already talked about it a bit. Um, I really liked the personality of it, the quality of the visuals, and like the fucking puppets and just what they would say, and kind of the wholesomeness of the game. But it was also just really nice to explore these like well realized environments, all the little secrets, just progressing and being careful to avoid certain things. And I think it's just a really you don't see a lot of games like this in like first person. I just think it does it really well in a really cool world. Has really clean level design. You're not backtracking to too many annoying things. You're not, doing the world's worst puzzle ever to try to get through. It's just kind of moves at a nice clip. Has enough side stuff for you to discover. Um, has a wholesome enough little story. Um, and a really nice comedic kind of tone. I think it just does a really good job of that. And it looks great. Sounds great. It's just a really cool kind of rendition of that type of game. Really recommend it. It's hard to really describe it more. It's one of those where it's like the novelty of it is a big deal, sure. Like the Sesame Street characters and like the kind of thrust of the story and that it is like a first person survival horror, you know, uh shell, but it's really more about just like the quality level. It's just kind of like just the flow, the kinds of secrets, the minute to minute. It's not a difficult game, but yeah, all that kind of stuff. Kind of like Resident Evils, or R2 remake. It's very just like polished, very just cleanly done, well thought out. So cool game for that. Definitely recommend it. Neon White. This is one of my big ones this year. I I became a neon whitehead. That's what, for sure. This one, yeah, easily one of the best games this year, for sure. This one fucked for me pretty hard. Between the simple kick-ass visuals, the fucking banging soundtrack by Machine Girl, and just the really godly speedrun gameplay. Um, I don't think I've been addicted to a game and like this, for these reasons and eons. Um, I can be addicted to a game like like an MMO or something, but like just to cut time, to just nail a corner, just to hit just the right amount of fucking speed off a lip of a fucking um fucking ledge, just how they make it all so desirable, and like all the extra layers of like nuance and depth to the gameplay. Like you could pick out lines, you can find the shortcuts, they'll even help you with some of that, and then you just learn a little bit more, a little bit more. Oh, there's the red, oh, there's a red metal challenge, that's the dev time stuff. And it's like, you can do that. And I was like, well, when I've gone that far, it's like, I could do more. I know I could do more. Like, I could. And it's fun, right? It feels fun to fucking go quick in this. So you start immediately. The gun mechanics feel great. The burst of speed are awesome. There's only a few mechanics and worlds or levels, and sometimes worlds where it just doesn't feel as fun as it could be, or it's not as interesting. They add new types of like guns, and it's how clever and like just highly designed these levels are. Whether it's intentional or not, I mean, and how different they all end up feeling. It's just so fucking strong. You just keep wanting to come. I was leaderboard farming, man. I can't think of a game I've ever even just wanted a leaderboard farm. I've done it a few times, but I mean, this game, people have already run through this fucker, man. Just totally optimized, and I was still getting pretty high up there, man. Like really high placements. Like I was just really. I mean, obviously not like number one or anything, but like in the top hundreds. I think there's some that are like even in 50s or something. I don't even remember exactly. Just fucking going, man. I was just addicted to this thing, and it's awesome. I think it's an amazing game. It's even if you're not into like leaderboard stuff, I would still really recommend running through it. Just do a playthrough. Try to get into like cutting times. You're going to have to a little bit, but just try to get into like cutting. Get in the metal. Try to get a diamond. Try to get a maybe even a red one, and maybe come back and do them a bit, and just see your skills develop. Your shots are quicker. You flick better. You learn little tricks and fuck like that. You're lipping off shit. Order you're shooting the stuff. Like you're doing some of these with your eyes closed, and just the rush it is, man. It's just such a great speedrunning game, and it's not just the concept, not just uh, a couple of the big mechanics. It's just how tightly those are all woven in it. Really fucking good level design, man. Yeah, my kicks ass, but I don't know. It's crazy good. Amazing game. Anyway, Ninja Gaiden 4. Probably not. I really like the action gameplay here, and it's hard to really. I feel it's almost unfair to compare it to some of the greats. There's so few of these games that exist anymore and that are not coming out anymore, and they're really hard to pull off as like an indie. Your Bayonetas have so many crazy set pieces and such refined, you know, gameplay and animations and the amount of variety that it's really hard to recreate that kind of thing well without like a big team probably. Same with like your Devil May Cry's like 5 where it's more combo. It's like God, just the amount of shit going on, how great they make it look and feel. And how niche that is in a certain way, right? And it's like so Ninja Gaiden 4 having a more like just that visceral, like you just fucking just killing guys and quick battles, or the time to kill so low, and it just feels like real fucking nasty, but like really satisfying. And you could die at any second, but you're weaving and managing the fights, and it's a different speed of character action, but it's still there. There's still a lot to learn. It feels really good, but man, just about everything outside of the combat is just so whatever, man. I mean, the level design is essentially a collection of straight lines on your way to the next arena, which is how this genre tends to go, but in the way that feels much more obvious. The story is atrocious. I don't care how many tits are jiggling in front of my face, dude. It's for how much time it takes, which isn't that much, it is really bad, man. I mean, say what you will about the stories and like Devil May Cry or Bayonetta or something, but when people go back and talk about these, it isn't just people showing off combo reels. It's Dante running down the side of a fucking skyscraper. It's Bayonetta, falling through fucking space on a fucking piece of rubble, flipping over shit with her clothes flying off, with fucking, all these other cool characters and shit. Like there's like a style, a pizzazz, like Metal Gear Rising. It's like all cutscenes, right? Like that's what everybody talks about Metal Gear Rising. Fucking nano machine, so and all that shit. I'm not saying it's the most important thing. I think the gameplay for these is the most important thing for me, but to have the every element outside of the raw gameplay be such a distraction and detractor. The gameplay itself has to be just like that good, right? And it is fun, and I would really recommend it for character action people, but I don't think I felt as strong about the gameplay as like Devil May Cry 5 or Bayonetta, right? Like, there was some really nice evasion gameplay. I don't feel like I had to master enough stuff. I don't feel like there was enough style to be like as good as like a Devil May Cry 5. I think it's its own deal. Um, and it is really good there, but yeah, there's for me to be like, oh yeah, this is like a best game, it's like, I feel like I have to have like a glow to it despite the faults and stuff. And while I have an appreciation and respect and like I for the quality of that, despite this game's faults, I don't know if I have like that love feel for it. It is good, and there is a lot there, and I would love for them to do more. It's probably my favorite Ninja Gaiden. I'm sure the Ninja Gaiden Black and two people would have my head if they could. I think there's a particular speed, like methodical feel to those because of the tight corridors, and I mean more interesting level design, but there's a certain wonkiness and abusability in a lot of the game. And I feel like just on our one run through, even it's just I don't know. They're cool, but they never just struck me as like wow, these are them. Like your Bayonettas or Devil May Cry's did. I They're good, but like I just like the speed of the Ninja Gaiden 4 gameplay on hard. I really recommend playing on hard. Ragebound, probably not the best either. I think it's a really solid, really well, really well visualized. It's a great looking modern 2D Ninja Gaiden game. Once again, time to kill is quick, lots of dudes. There's like a flow instead of it just being kind of random. So go back. Yeah, we'll put some Evergrace on. That won't be distracting, right? Listen to that while I talk. There you go. I'll give you the based one. Oh, look at it on this ocean. So there's a lot of singing in that. I really want to play this game. Absolutely because of the music. And to see FromSoft's like PS2 lineup. The oldest FromSoft game I played was a PS1 game, Echo Knight. Well, No, Armored Core might have been before that, but they had some fucking odd shit, man, back in the day. It was just so cool. Yeah, I want to play the game where this is the town themed. We'll get there eventually. Anyways, Ninja Gaiden Rage Button. Yeah, it feels really good. It's a really good slash and run action platformer. I think you get a few different gameplay styles. I kind of wish there was a little bit more back end customization. They give you a lot of stuff, but I don't ever feel like a good reason to swap or enough slots to swap with. Um, Good replay value with the extra endings, and there's a lot of extra missions that are really fun, a lot of extra challenge and stuff. I think it's just a good action platformer. There's a lot of action platformers that just go to another level on like how the game feels and the smoothness of it. I don't think this is really trying to do anything particularly super different. It's just a really good version of something you're pretty familiar with. It's not a slight against it. I'd recommend it. I mean, it's maybe a better full package than 4. It's less ballsy. It's a 2D Ninja Gaiden, mind you. You know, totally different style game, but it's the Blasphemous stuff, so it looks great. About what you'd expect musically. It's a little bit of synthy metal remixes of IP. That's kind of how they all are, right? It's totally fine, but yeah, it's good. I don't think it like blew me away. It didn't you know imprint on me super hard there, but I could respect somebody saying like this is my one of my favorites of the year, just because it just kind of it's a very clean job of kind of doing something that well been done before. uh, is still something worth doing. It's still fun, still cool to do. It doesn't have to be like giga fresh, I suppose, but you know, to be just like a Ninja Gaiden action platformer, it's like a little extra X factor. Yeah, right. What the fuck? Oh, why this just went straight up to the top? I don't think anybody else has control over this thing. Yeah, cool game. It's not a something against it. It just doesn't. It just is that extra level. But I think it's really good. I think somebody else might say it does go to that level. Once Upon a Katamari. Um, Probably not a best game this year. I really like Katamari. I think it's a formula that is worth having some extra games in. I think if you're in the right mood, you know, they mix up the visuals enough and the music, you could just kind of keep making more of them. But if you're not really in that particular kind of Mario mood, which you're kind of serviced by just replaying them, um, I feel like there's not a lot more there to squeeze out of the rock on or out of the udders. This I kind of got to that point in this one. Like by the end, I was like, okay, I'm kind of done. It's a very charming game. I don't think it's as charming as the old ones. I think the music's kind of a miss there. It's still good music, but it's missing that um the kind of whimsical J rock pop jazzy mix. They have a couple that go for it. It's hard to describe some of the Katamari music, but it doesn't have quite the touch on that. It's got a lot more content, but it loses a little bit of the pace of the campaigns of old because of it. Um, it's got a cool idea, which you going back into the past and rolling your Katamari through different ages, but it's mostly still the same gameplay and all that. Um, I think if you're a big Katamari person, which I really like Katamari, and I like to still play some other ones, and you're in the zone for it, it's a good time. But I don't think it's really making a good case for like more Katamari. and I don't think it really like usurps the originals or anything, because it is kind of just more of a bloated, just more kind of game. But it is good. It's still Katamari. If you're a fan of Katamari, you should play it. But by the end, I was just kind of like, all right, man, I'm kind of done. That's usually a sign it's probably not like a best game for me, but it was still good. Ooh, definitely a best game this year for me. Pretty sure that was this year. I want to say 99%. Let me double check. So this was really good. I just think how tightly designed the puzzles, how much it feels like you're fucking cheating essentially, but they like just because of how much it explores such simple mechanics, but you still mentally get there and figure it out, and how satisfying that is. It's just so cool. Putting it in like a Metroidvania format is a cool way to make like a puzzle thing like that kind of palatable for people. I don't think it leverages the Metroidvania aspect too much, but it still does, right? You will get to dead ends in this game and be like, what the fuck is this? It's just dead ends all the time. But you're like, oh, it's because I learned how to do something. And now I could go back and go do it. And it just so naturally does that, and it makes you want to explore that element of it. There's plenty of little side rooms with like extra challenges and stuff that explore, have you explore even more of it. And it's just the it's just good gaming, man. It's just clean, careful, precise, like well thought out puzzle gaming, um, puzzle platforming. The execution's not too much. The puzzles aren't too cryptic or crazy. It's really just about like we're talking about Iron Lung. It's just like a total control over like how noisy the game is and how much crazy shit there is, and just kind of you know just removing all that extra fluff. It's just a whimsical, simple looking game that just has a mechanic and it just goes with it. And it's like 4 hours long to do everything, and it's just cool, man. It's just good at it. So, really recommend that. Power Wash Simulator 2. I think when the original came out, I didn't put it as a best. I have a guilty pleasure for it. Absolutely. I love having it as like a therapeutic like thing I can throw music on and talk to people during. It is very just like simple in that way. It's partially, by game design, maybe not always. So I'm not gonna give it too much credit there. It's a bit more of a personal thing, but I mean, because Power Wash Simulator 2 doesn't up how difficult it is to do it, it's not as trying. You don't have to, you know, um, think too hard about how you're washing. I think they know that, people like to play these mostly as like a therapeutic chill kind of thing where you kind of wash all sorts of crazy shit and just kind of hang out and podcast games, some people call them. So, I mean, by design, it is probably trying to nail that kind of chill, relaxed thing, right? It doesn't even have music, right? It knows what it is. I think that's totally fine. You could argue maybe you prefer to have it a bit more complicated, a little bit more depth of mechanics. They have new nozzles and stuff, but it is what it is. I really like it for what it is. You know, it can be a little boring if you go like too crazy on it. It's good just to kind of do a little here and there. I think it has a lot of really great maps and a lot of variety. It's just more Power Wash Sim. It's not set in the world ablaze. You kind of have to be into a particular feeling and, to fully extract all the good times out of it. You kind of have to play it as like a therapeutic thing you throw in the background unless you're just fucking around with your friends, shooting the shit, because it is co-op. Uh, but I think if you have those stars aligned properly, It's just a good time. I enjoy it. I don't think it's like the best game. I think a little too much has to come together, and I don't know how intentional some of that is. But it was for me a good thing to just kind of like have on top. A different kind of a little experience where I could just spend some time doing something chill and I'm going through all of Pink Floyd's music or I'm talking about, you know, American mythology or something and it's just really good for kind of like facilitating just, you know, your mind to kind of be elsewhere while still being like pleasing and satisfying in its own right. But yeah, it's not like, psycho. Anyways, Prodigal. I wasn't even 100 super duper percent on putting this in like the good category. I do think it is overall, but I don't know if the dungeons are quite good enough. The pace is quite there, and if the town stuff is like that juicy, where I'd like kind of prefer this over just more of like a typical Zelda style. It's good. It's cool. I don't remember probably enough of it. I think some of the stuff's just not punching above its weight enough for me to like be super crazy on it. Um, but I'm not gonna say much. It's cool. I'm not like oh, it's like the best. Repos. This is a me. This is probably not a game most people will be like, wow, this is one of your best this year. This game better than Hades 2. that's, that's a very um very me weird fucking little little thing. Like 100 reviews or whatever. I talked about it already, but yeah. So um it's a simple little game. It's like a first person dungeon crawler puzzle game. I talked about it already. Um, I think the visual style is so neat and the music is so uh, works so well with that kind of like dark aesthetic while still not just being kind of like just pure atmosphere music. That coupled with like a very um, unique style of gameplay that plays with like an old traditional thing um, in a cool new way that it just makes for a really a unique interest a cool time. I just doing like the um I guess probably more of an atmosphere thing than a gameplay thing for me, but like the gameplay is still cool. Like you're just going through like first person, some bizarre mega structure, sci-fi horror thing, um, and it's just about like reacting to the threats in front of you with the right speed, with the right stuff, and then getting a shortcut, and then kind of finding your way to the next one, and just using tiles and stuff to lightly puzzle your way past threats. And as you get deeper and deeper, there's some nice secrets with some major areas you get because of it. It's another one where it's like, maybe less writing would be more. But overall, I don't know. I just thought it was a really cool looking game and felt cool. And it was a nice idea and it didn't overstay its welcome. Not for everyone, once again. It's tiles, which is weird for people. It's not like super, wild combat. It's just about as simple as could it really be, as engaging as it really could be for the length. Not as it could be, but as much as it needs to be, and it lets kind of some cool looking areas and neat kind of I don't know what you call the graphics, the black and whitish kind of densely undercrawling stuff do the talking. It's cool. Rose gun stays. Probably not. God. It's a really good VN for a lot of it, man. Like, what a just like fucking roller coaster thriller, crime drama. At its best, it's just some of Ryukishi's most peak fucking shit. It takes a little bit to get going, but the big thing though is like, man, that ending sucks. Oh. And not just like the very end; it's kind of the last 2 hour chunk. Talk about taking the wind out of your sails. It's not atrociously like what the fuck levels of bad. It's just like for how strong it is. It's such a shame that it ends up so just sort of whelming, right? And it's like and it is just such a good job of building into all of this, right? Like all the characters, all the plots are coming together. Like, that anticipation, it isn't just another episode of the X-Files. It ended on a bad season ender. It is all culminating and stuff, right? Like, there are different phases of this story, but like, the biggest thrust of craziest shit, is right before this ending, and it's like, oof, it's where it needs to not, and it's where it needs to kind of nail it the most. And it's like, really good still. I almost want to put it in best. Almost want to, but probably not. Now, Stories from Seoul, The Gun Dog. I will put it there. I did think better. This leaves off for horror. It does kind of a cliffhanger thing going on, but I thought it was just a very satisfying, very just tightly written human dialogue, um, old school anime aesthetic, like an old PC-98 thing. I think it's just just really tight writing. Looks really nice. Good animations. Nice little bits of exploration. Interesting world. Characters. It's a shame it kind of cliffhangs a little bit. I hope it did well enough that they make more. Um, but yeah, it's just got the whole authentic feel and sound and look and amount of gameplay, but it's not bullshit. It keeps the story moving. It's a nice thriller, kind of space war thriller thing. And that all takes place on like one scouting ship. And it's just cool, man. I liked it. I thought it was just really, really engaging. Really good VN. Hope they do more. It does like it's a little bit of a cliffhanger, but you are getting a good ass story there regardless. Um, all right. What else we got? I can go back to the Liberty Company. We get into this is considered what an all timer for JRPGs. It's in that it's in there. It's usually in the conversation for like big boy RPGs. I don't know. I don't know if it's quite on that level for me. Um, I think playing the first one, some of the novelties of Suikoden 2 are lost, which is like the collection of 108 party members, the upgrading of your base. Those actions are better in Suikoden 2, but not so much better that it makes up for not having that as like a novelty. And then on the flip side, it's not really a super interesting story. The meat of it isn't, and the gameplay is pretty whatever. It's super easy like the first one, pretty mindless. Better quality of life when it comes to the customization, but it's still not super awesome to like fuck around with. The HD remaster especially is kind of not that great looking. I probably should just play the originals. Oh, but it's still good. Like, it does have good story elements. I really like the true ending, especially and how it feels compared to other JRPGs. It's kind of a direction is like you wouldn't see very often. Like, oh, okay, like, that's not the trope. No, it was kind of cool though. You do have to do a lot to get that true ending. Even when I got it, I picked some wrong shit. I had to redo, the last choices. But I really liked that about it enough where I almost kind of want to. I'm gonna put it as a notable. Yeah, yeah. We'll just put that in there as a quick little thing. Um, yeah, I thought that was just like a really neat thing. I think the idea. I mean, there's a lot of JRPGs that they all have their own little twist or novelty. That's one of the cool things about them. Why there's so many good ones, and why something like a Clair Obscur still feels like it kind of fits in that mold while still being its own thing. Like I said, I mean, kind of already having that and Suikoden one, and it not while being better, not being like psychotically like evolved into like it's a longer game. There's more going on. Everything is more involved. There's more interesting stuff happening. It is a good game, but I don't know. Between the combat, between frankly most of the game being forgettable, like I really do the whole chunk middle. I'd have to go re-experience it, but I barely like. I honestly don't even remember most of it. Like it just doesn't have much impact. Um, it's really just the feeling of collecting, grabbing dudes, the ending. And for me, it's like okay, that's still good. That's still a good game, but it's like, is that really like I really love one of the best games I played this year, regardless of its status, right? Probably not. Oh, Bradlos, welcome back. No, probably not there. I totally respect this being on people's Giga list. I think it is a good JRPG. Um, I just think maybe I've just played too many of them um, to kind of be, not punching where it needs to in a lot of areas, and the novelty being too much of a focus. A couple story elements, and any kind of farm and runes. Are you endgame? Or did you like pay to get endgame? I don't remember. But yeah, I think it's just kind of a little tighter, a little bit. I mean, they do more stuff with the characters and shit. I have no doubt it's probably the best weekend in game. I think it's a better game, it is a good sequel. But in the grand scheme of all JRPGs, it's kind of missing that X factor, just that raw quality. The really put up with like kind of the whelming combat, the kind of forgettable locations and story and stuff, and outside of a few major beats. Maybe I'm being unfair to it. Maybe I just, I mean, I do think this was close to like a trip or something. I'm probably just kind of, I don't know. Maybe I just forgot. Um, maybe I need to go take a peek. I'm like, oh shit, this is actually based as fuck. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna compare it to the all timers, but it's like there's a lot I've played since starting streaming the last 10 to 15 years that still sit with me, and I've only played them once. I don't want to name them all because it's unfair to compare it against some Giga ones, but that's kind of my thing. I just don't think it had. I don't think the parts that people really like about it were enough for me to really call it like a god game. Oh, I'm super endgame. I haven't done the DLC content yet, and you don't have to pay. You can just skip the main game story anytime. Oh, that's right. As long as you've done it before, or do they just let you do it anyways? Yeah, it seemed like once you got into trying to fully complete every area, it could get really addicting. I mainly just did a main story run through with a couple side things for the druid, but I could see like if you got really addicted, just filling all that out for account power would be pretty crazy. I did a little post game too, but the post game's probably totally different now. Oh, really? They just let you skip straight to the end game. I mean, that's interesting because that is, I mean, that is a thing in those games. Though, is like people who just want to be a part of like laddering, of having like an end game character and just like exploring the map and proving their dude, right? Just no bullshit, no story quest, just bing bang boom. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's most of those games. That's so funny that you skipped. Or back in the day, that was like you just would always like DT was like you just keep going through the story or just fight one boss right at the very end. Yeah, I can see why they would have that be the case. Funny that a new player could do that. I mean, I would do that. Do they let you just skip the base story then? Yeah. Then you could switch different platforms. Like if I did pick it up or played it on PC, I could recreate my dude and just go straight to DLC or something. Right, right. I think that's how like PoE and shit does it, isn't it? Or maybe you can use existing characters. I mean, if you want a ladder, you have to create a new character, and then you graduate that character to like a base game or whatever the fuck. You croak, or if you the season's over, I think. I don't know if you can't play the new content though without making a new character. You might still be able to like play the new content on just like a generic character without the ladder. But yeah, for sure. It's cool. I mean, it gets people coming back in waves and trying new shit out and getting re-addicted to the grind, right? I mean, if everybody's maxed with all their shit, it's just like extraction shooters. They have to wipe everybody's inventory because once you're maxed, I mean, there's a huge goal gone, right? And an imbalance in power, especially if there's like PvP or in laddering and shit, obviously. Big in ARPGs, so yeah, cool though. Yeah, remember you telling me that? Sounds fun. I would love to try those. Those are that kind of build's really rewarding. Like maybe minute to minute, it doesn't seem as fun, but it's so rewarding on the back end, right? It's like, oh, I made the build this way and I got the gear right. Or I'm just so beast, I can just walk and just kill everything. That's just kind of there's kind of a power fantasy to it. Or like a thorn build. I don't know if you can do those and that. I mean, somebody touching you kills them. Apparently, there's got to be some limit to a thorns build. Probably have to actually be able to fight still, not just walk. But yeah, cool. Hey, we're almost done with this. Cool. Going here. Terminator 2D. Um, I don't think it's the best game. One, I'm not as big a T2 guy as I am other stuff. It's still like a great movie, but um, if you're not giga super duper into T2, it's not like it's the best, most spicy um, run gun shooter beat 'em up thing in the business. It's still a really cool mix of all that. It looks great. by the Xenocrisis devs who did that Smash TV game, Xenocrisis. It is neat. It is a cool experiment, you know, adapting an actual just fucking movie from a long time ago in like a new 2D game. You know, it's something you could imagine would be in the arcades back then or something. I think the prequel stuff and like the alternate story shit is a cute idea. Most of those are cool. There's not probably enough difference in the different routes. I just did one extra route. And it was pretty samey. There's like a one new mission, and then like you just did the other ones with different characters. Um, I don't know. I thought it was cool. I think for like $40 or whatever, it being like an hour long game is a little much, but it is fun to fight all these different bosses. It's always exciting. There's a couple bullshit moments, but yeah, finding little arcadey secrets and shit. It's just a good arcadey game based on the T2 movie. It's not really doing much more than that. I don't think it's like pushing the envelope on like Run Gun or being much more than just a fun movie adaptation. So I'm not like crazy about it. Like I said, it really depends on how you feel on T2 a little bit because it is a nostalgia wank game, but it's neat. But not like a best game for me, I think. Sounds boring, but it's pretty much the same way you play any post game build, but it's easier on the hands. No, I think it sounds cool. No, I think it sounds fun. I would like to do a build kind of like that. And yeah, those games can destroy your hands. Are you playing on mouse and keyboard or controller? I really like the controller support. Mind you, I played a build that did not need precision shooting. Werebear, you just fucking slam the ground in an AoE, and that's it. There's not exactly a whole lot of a whole lot of mechanical movement I had to really do, but I just pressed one button over and over, but it was fun. It was a satisfying one button spam. But yeah, I liked the controller support. All of the, I mean, I probably want to use like WADs and stuff, I'd imagine, on mouse and keyboard. There's something about the like just constant clicking of some of those old ones that just drives me fucking crazy, man. I'm just clicking every 2 seconds like a League of Legends or something, and then clicking to shoot and clicking to do everything, clicking and it's just like I got another hand. I can use it. I got a stick. I got all sorts of stuff. I can get better control, more precision. The gameplay can be harder for it. You know, just because the old stuff did it doesn't mean I always have to do it. I don't mind doing it, mind you, but yeah, I liked having controller support. I did in Grim Dawn too. Especially for how simple those games can be minute to minute. It really depends on the build. You don't need to click everywhere just to like walk through fucking enemies and insta kill. Like I'd rather just fucking use a fucking controller at that point. Turns them almost more into like a chill thing. You know, the excavation of Hobbs Barrow. I think like the ending and how it kind of runs out of steam and how it doesn't live up to the really strong slow build of the first half is just too much for this to be a best game for me. Ocean Hunter. It's really cool. Once again, it's kind of just a rail shooter. Nothing wrong with that. It's a clean rail shooter. I think it does a lot more with like art and all that than that other rail shooter earlier, but not really much on mechanics and stuff. It's a neat idea, but I mean, you played a rail shooter. This is just one with a different coat of paint. It's not really like reinventing the wheel. I liked it a lot, but I don't think it's like I think it's worth playing if you like rail shooters, but it's not like whoa, it's just doing something beyond. It's mostly about the cool parts, fighting really wacky undersea monsters. Seance at Blake Manor, absolutely. While maybe I would have liked a little more difficulty and a little bit more intuition I had to use, figure out the mystery, and a little less exposition at the end of it. you still can generally kind of figure out what's going on anyways. And it's just so satisfying. Like the game design's so neat. The timer, or not timer, but how every action uses time and what that means in terms of how you're going to decide what to pursue and what you're going to ask people. So you don't do exhaustive dialogue choices. It's you have too many to choose from, and so it feels really cool there that it's all open pretty much from go. Um, or about the first hour. Um, how it incorporates Irish mythology and the occult and all that stuff. It's just really neat. Um, I get it not being like overly tough. I mean, they do try to tell you, yeah, they do try to help you along, and that maybe it could be a little too much, but it's just a really satisfying thing. Cool atmosphere. Um, that's all first person you run around in. It's just kind of it's neat. There's lots of little secrets stuff. I'd love to see them do another one and kind of really redouble to even more secret stuff and locations and even more kind of like twisty special mystery and stuff like that. But oh, what's here's really cool. It's really experimental, but it's also really well executed. So definitely must play. Game good. Toho Artificial Dream in Arcadia. Yeah, I don't think this one gets in here on a level as easily as some of the others, as like a Seance of Blake Manor or something. But I'm a big SMT guy. I'm a big classic SMT guy. This is a fucking game that takes the classic SMT formula, reworks it gameplay wise for the modern man. Um, adds a lot of depth, customization, extra mechanics, and still manages to feel like good old classic SMT. Um, that's awesome for it. The big thing for me though is probably the aesthetics of it. It's still got that nice SMT music, but it's Toho stuff. Instead of talking to demons and capturing them and shit, it's like you're doing a little bullet hell. It's got like perfectly created SMT style sprites, but for Toho, where they're like a little farther away than you'd have in most JRPGs, and they got the flashing eyes, and it's kind of ominous, right? There's just like a particular style to that. They do a great job there. It's fun to run around and explore the world. There's a lot of crazy dungeons and environments. They don't get too annoying. That's another little touch that's nice. They're ample size with nice gimmicks, but they're not like, from a time where, you know, there was no rules, man, or it's just fucking like, we're just gonna make a fucking kick along super painful dungeon that's not good. Granted, I don't think there's that much of that SMT 1 and 2. I really like those games, but it's definitely a bit more careful on that front. Where it kind of fails is in the story. I think it's really shit. I mean, fucking that's Toho, right? What fucking Toho game probably has a good story, but and so the thrust of the game and like the context and the characters beyond their visuals are pretty lame. Um, not really anything narratively in any way going on for me. Little bit maybe to a touch, here, but the main character being like some terminally zoomer fucking phone chick and stuff was kind of fun, and you know the phasing in and out of Gensokyo in the real world was kind of cute. But yeah, it's good though. Um, call it a fan service kind of good, but it's a well done solo dev. From what I understand, just cool mashup of SMT and Toho, just done well. So next up, Vampire Survivor. Why not? I don't know. A lot of roguelites this year. A lot of I feel like stuff like, Ball Pit probably has a little bit more class. I would call it, maybe not class. More fleshed out mechanically, but there is just an addiction in power fantasy to Vampire Survivor that I could see why everybody got addicted to it. The how crazy the builds can get, how big they can get, the amount of little secret like stages and new characters you're grabbing, and how those can all change the game. All the crazy DLC and free updates and little mini campaigns and stuff they have. There's just so much there, so much to find, so much to unlock. It is a dopamine game. I know some people have issues with like games that are like almost like manipulative and like how much of like a dopamine extractor they are. Um, I think it's fine. It's not like a gotcha where it's like we're predatorily like fucking people on like for their wallets and all that. It's just like just harvesting the fucking fun of like leveling up of a power fantasy, of little bits of random chance, of mastery of like builds and being able to kind of read a stat spread or an idea of like a character and trying to make a build around that, testing your game knowledge and shit. There's a little bit of testing your, ability to like kind of dodge bullets and stuff in this, and I don't know. I think it's really well done. It is addicting. I think it's super cheap. Everybody should play it just to try it out, see if you like that kind of thing. It's at least good just for a few hours. I stopped. I could see myself going back. I did get the DLC and I didn't play through it all. It is, addicting to get everything. I did about 17 hours. Not even as much as a lot of the other stuff. But there's a lot of other stuff. So in there, I've heard really good things about uh, the Castlevania DLC is supposed to be really neat. So could be cool to try that out. It's just a cool one. At this point, it spawned a lot of stuff, right? Kind of like how Hades was sort of influential to roguelites. Vampire Survivors is very much so as well. Your mega bonks and your ball pits and stuff, I would say definitely pull more from like a Vampire Survivor, constant upgrading, explosion of XP everywhere kind of thing. While your Absolems are more in line with like a Hades, right? Where it's integrating story into longer runs and replay value and coming not entirely from game systems, but whatever it is. So yeah, cool game. Warhammer 40k bullet gun, probably not a best game. I think it's a fun boomer shooter. The bar for Warhammer 40k games is pretty low, but it's been getting better. I think it does some neat things. It's cool seeing like your 40k stuff in there fucking around. Um, I like it more in the beginning when you can really weave in, at least on the mode I played, the difficulty I played, your chain sword a bit more with the gun shooting. I think you still can a bit by the end, but it definitely turns a little bit less into that and a bit more of like a more old Doom on that style. But yeah, there's fun verticality and jumping around and shooting. It's just a clean boomer shooter. Not really reinventing the wheel, not the most spicy parts, in all of boomer shooters are put in there or something, but good variety of weapons. It's cool that it's 40k. It's fun. I was good when I was done. Didn't get the DLC. I'll play the sequel though. Wave Race 64. This is a best game. I really appreciated this game. I really like the music. I really like the vibe. I don't know if I find myself. I mean, I kind of want to go back and do more. I can see myself just dipping in. I don't know. I kind of want to put it as a best game. Any Wave Race heads in here, man? Any wave racers? Is this a best game thing? I mean, if you go off of like old, like critical reception, it's like super god tier, right? I don't know. I think it's really impressive still how the waves work. I think the atmosphere is impeccable. I think when you stick with it like a good arcade game, you start to really crack a couple layers off the top and really appreciate how the controls and the waves and the physics all feel. And uh, you start to get a master of the difficulty and stuff. There's not a lot here. It's pretty short. There's some difficulties that like adjust stuff, but you're mostly gonna be like trying to master particular areas. I think I will. I really did appreciate it a lot more than I thought I would, and I really do like the atmosphere. I'm gonna pop it in there. I think it maybe comes across a little too simple and like the breadth of its content. It's not a lot. Like I said, there's not a lot of modes. It's just kind of, hey, it's just a jet ski, But really, I mean, when I got my hands on it for a bit more, for what it is at the time, there's not really many games even doing like wave, jet ski stuff like that. Racing these days, even still, I think it's really neat for that. Tataka's music is just really great. Tracker said it yesterday. It feels almost nostalgic. Yeah, I even heard the soundtrack, which was so cool. I was like, that really is kind of how it feels, right? There's something just light about the soundtrack and um, the visuals and how sunny and saturated and colorful they are, and um, it's just got a vibe, man. I mean, some of it maybe is just of the time, but I think it still holds true. So that was cool. What's up, Lassie? Thanks again for the gifts yesterday, bub. Gift subs. Last couple games here, and then that'll be it. We'll look back over it, and that'll be the year in review. I think we're still gonna play some more games this year, technically, because there's still another day. But Midnight Sauna. Ooh, I was in the shower at my parents' place in my old bathroom. Um, it has a seat, a rare shower with the seat out here. I was like, I wish this was a sauna. I'm just sitting in there. I was like letting the water go. I was heating up and shit. And then the heat ran out. I was like, it would be cool to have like a finished sauna, man, for sure. I got I got I got sauna pilled when I was out there in Finland, man. Wish that was a common installation out here. Nice place to relax. Yeah, I imagine so. Mentally, it was awesome. And it's fun too. I mean, we're fucking around. Okay, we're getting fucking molten fucking heat from Ripper and shit. Yeah, I imagine it's great for the skin, and I can imagine probably like I said, the mental is probably crazy good. Having all that heat and then coming out, and just, yeah, it was awesome. Wish I had one. Is the Yakuza Pirate and why? Probably not a best game. I liked it. I liked it more than I thought I would. I liked it more than some of the other recent Yakuzas. Yakuza's definitely taken a different turn into the wacky and the crazy. I don't hate that as long as it's like well done. Um, I thought this was fun enough. It was nice to come back to the action combat a little bit. It was nice that it was kind of its own story. Um, it did, it is a sequel to 8. It is a part of 8 and the overarching series, but not in a massive way. But it still is Yakuza. If you got Yakuza-itis like myself, there's still a lot of reused stuff that's probably been a little reused for a little too long. It's still got, it's got your Elite Four, Final Guys. It's got your collectible crew mini game. It's got about the same, layers of like, production value from cutscenes to, sub stories and um, reused mini games, stuff like that. It's pulling a lot of the, it's one of the strengths of Yakuza is that they know how to reuse content well to and remix it enough to keep it interesting. But if you're a long time player of the series, it can be a bit much, and I don't think it beats that, but it still does have a cool, few new gimmicks, and it's a tight enough, smaller experience that you still want to kind of go through most of it. Even the side ship. There's some stuff maybe I would rather skip in it. And by the end, I was definitely, had my fill, but it's just a fun time. But it's not pushing the envelope. It's not the best of Yakuza's. It's not the best pirate game. It's not super duper duper fun. It's just like, hey, it's Yakuza. If you like it, it's neat. Unless you hate where the Yakuza's gone in tone. Yeah, not a best game, but it's good. And then You Will Die Here Tonight. Probably not a best game either. I liked it. I like my survival horrors. I like some of the goofy shit in the camp and the ending stuff. I liked the little twist on the Resident Evil 1 mansion by making it so that when you die, you start playing a different STARS member, essentially. Um, they all had kind of unique gameplay at times, or special things only they could do, and they try to incorporate that into some neat stuff. The first person shooting instead of like, more classic tank shooting was cool, but um I don't think beyond that though it's really reaching for the stars. I think redoing a lot of it's kind of whatever. Sometimes the dying part with the teammates is more of like a forced thing than it is like something I really think is super cool, and a natural. I think it maybe is a little too close to the original Resident Evils and visuals and stuff. Kind of, I feel like it's missing its own stamp a little bit on that front, but it's one of those. I don't have like a huge laundry list of things about it. There's just a lot of survival horror games, a lot of Resident Evil inspired stuff, and that really has super tight level design while incorporating like new art styles and mechanics and stuff that don't have to. There's like no concessions, so it's just really competitive. So I don't know. I like it. It's neat. I think if you like these types of games, I'd play it. But when I compare it to like Hero Country or something like that, that's also recent. It's kind of hard to stack up. And yeah, I guess that's it, man. What's the damage? The best games list for me this year. We've got about 34 games. Pretty healthy list. We played a lot of good stuff this year. What was it last year? This is last year's. That was also a healthy year. This was about 35, and I played about an extra 20 something. Yeah, pretty clean. Let's go back through it here, and then we'll see how many of these games actually came out this year, and so how this year was for me on new games. So we got Abiotic Factor, absolutely godly game. Ass Libra, super another godly game. Solo dev, wild ass game. Ball Pit, great roguelite. Blueprints, I got my issues, but just a really creative, interestingly just thought out, a generally well executed game. Nothing quite like it. Ball pit. Ah. What about it? Disagree? I could see somebody disagreeing with that. But I thought it was pretty dang good. It was pretty polished. It is, it is what it is. It's supposed to be like a 10 something hour roguelite. That's what it is, and it's good for it. So real fun. Yeah, that's good. It's good. You agree, as you. Ball pit is good. Broken Paradise. This is a personal one. They're all personal, but like I mean, I would imagine not everybody would agree with that one, but really cool exploration vaporwave thing. Burn House. I think maybe I could. Burn House is like. I think. I mean, yeah. I think this is the best one. I think the craft here on the visuals and the pacing and everything just it hits just right. Maybe it doesn't go down a path you'd expect. Maybe it doesn't pull the heartstrings in a way you'd want. But it's just a damn good time. Harry Morez, absolutely. Cabin of Dreams, absolutely. Citizen Sleeper 2, for sure. Very Obscure, of course. Cuphead DLC, of course. It's just more Cuphead. Dyson Sphere. Dyson Sphere is not the most like, damn, I gotta get that in there. But I think it's really good. It's a really neat take on the factory thing, and it's well executed. I had a good time with that. Easy Delivery Co. Yeah, I'm listening to the music right now. Easy Delivery Co. Just that game was right what I needed at that moment. It was very chill. I love the driving. I love the goofiness, but also the kind of more surreal, serious environments. It was nice. Clipsium, say what you will about the meaning behind the story, of which there feels like there's not much of, but definitely really, really awesome art walking sim game. Velvet Deck, not much quite like it. I like that for it. Grim Dawn, one of the best ARPGs still. Great time, must play for any Diablo type of fan. Hades, yep. I had nothing but glowing praise for the first Hades. After finishing it, note Hades 2 is not in here. I still think it's great. I'm not gonna explain all that again, but great game. But I think it was missing. I feel like the whole package that the first one was for me. And gameplay upgrades are nice, but they're not everything that made Hades. All Night Silk Song, easy God mode game here. This is really good. Iron Lung, that was really cool. Grimrocks, not as much the first one, but it's still great. If the second one hadn't existed, Grimrock 1 would still be amazing. But Grimrock 2 exists and it's just that much better. So they're both in here anyways. Grimrock 2 is an all timer, man. Look outside. God game. Amazing game. Mario Kart 8. It's hard to argue the visuals, the tightness of the controls, the amount of tracks. It is Mario Kart. There's certain elements that each of them maybe has that's a little bit better, but Mario Kart is kind of the whole. It's a lot of fun. Misery. Yeah, put that in here. I'm a even icky slut. So anything that can pull that off, even half as well, I'm in. Mouthwashing, great story. My friendly neighborhood. I like my survival. Super well thought out world. Really fun charm to it. Neon White. Yep, for sure. God game. I had a insane addiction to this game, and I could see myself playing it again, man. Don't know if we'll get something quite like that ever again. it kind of hits everywhere it needs to, from the visuals to the gameplay to the crazy level design to all the little speedrunner UI retry, just quality of life, being right where it needs to be. Ooh, definitely extremely clever fight game. Repost. This is definitely a me one. um, love the art style, love the sound, love the puzzle kind of take on a first-person dungeon crawler. There's some soul. Yep, this fits. Just a really tight VN, just well written, exciting, pacing. Do kind of wish we didn't have that cliffhanger a little bit, but not a big deal. Dance of Lake Manor, of course. Toho, Artificial Dream and Arcadia. This one's not 100% on here, but man, I like my SMT. And I think they do such a good job of playing with the game plan. The visuals that, while it has not a good story, I mean, that's pretty much every Toho, in my experience. It's just nonsense usually. You know, that's something that kind of misses compared to SMT. Everything else is. So it's cool collecting Toho girls in an SMT shell. What more can you really want? Vampire Survivor. There's so much competition for roguelites this year that I almost felt like I shouldn't put Vampire Survivor in. But man, Vampire Survivor is just good. You can see where this is super influential and why. It's just fun. Like, yeah, it's already got a million things that like take its like core kind of addiction, power fantasy shit and kind of run with it, but it's still a lot of fun going back playing the old one and unlocking shit and finding stuff. And then Waybury 64. This was one I didn't know if I was gonna put on the best of, but the atmosphere, the vibes, just impeccable. Like I said, Tataka's music, the visuals, the sunniness, how the waves work for an N64 game. No, like I said, once you really spend some time with it, learning all the nuances, getting just that a little bit better, and all the difficulties, being able to go do those in time trial and learn better lines and kind of just figure out how it all works. It's very satisfying that kind of like a good old arcade game. So and there's still not many games that really do the wave jet ski kind of style racing thing. There's another one of these on the GameCube, and this isn't even the first one. Funny enough, but I don't know. Didn't expect to come away being like that. Hard up on every 64. So yeah, cool stuff. The best games this year. There were 11 games I considered this year releases that were super good. These are them: Abiotic Factor, Ball Pit, Blueprints, Karimara, Citizen Sleeper 2, Player Obscure, Easy Delivery Co. Eclipsium, Hollow Knight, Look Outside, Ooh, and the Seance Lake. Yeah. Not all these games are games, that are probably super unknown. Some of them are. Some of them are, a Claire Obscure and everybody's heard of them. Nothing wrong with that either way, but yeah. Good year for sure. What was the best releases of 2024 for comparison? I have about 11. This year I had about 11. That seems to be 11's common, even though I played 20 less games this year. A lot of them are longer, so last year was really good for it too. Oof, man, 2024. Look at these. Look at this list, man. They're all good, man. I'm gonna go back through them all, man. I have a few more of these. We got 2023 right here, 2022 right here, 2021 right here, 2020 right here, 2019. Jesus, dude, how long have I been doing just this? Longer than I thought. All right, all right. Let's take a peek at some more of these. The best games of 2023. How many did we get this year? They do. Holy fuck, yeah. I mean, I've been streaming for like 13 to 15 years, but yeah, just these alone doing end of the year streams is wild, yeah. We've got about 14 games in here. Amnesia. Yeah, I put Bookwalker in here. You know, I stand by that. Humanity, Lunacid, Hi-Fi Rush, Bomb Rush, Cyber. Bomb Rush. Yeah, yeah. Street Fighter, Mario Bros. Mario Bros. Wonder. I still feel that way. Yeah, probably. Solid year, 2023 for new. Those are new releases, of course, not just all the games I played. 2022. How many games did I play total in 2023? 2023 was 159 games on here. 2022 is 163. Damn, this was a rough year. There's like 9 games compared to some of the other years for 160 something. Got a solid like 3 or 4 to 10 less. These are great games, mind you. Narco. If you like Cyberpunk, Narco is pretty cool. It's like a bayou, like like in a like Cyberpunk bayou kind of thing. It's neat. It's cool. It's cool. Point and click, man. Cool vibe. Like swamp, Cyberpunk, Louisiana Cyberpunk. Case of the Golden Isle. I think me and Goto actually plan on trying to do a co-op run, yeah, of both of them. We can generally kind of match the amount of hours I want to put in. He approached me about it recently, so I think I do plan on it, yeah, before the new Divinity. Um, Probably doing both, at least 2, but probably 1 as well. Should be cool. Be looking forward to shooting the shit. Everyone about it. Yeah, probably not gonna do them right before it comes out because that would be too much. But we'll see. We haven't talked that much about it, but we'll probably do it like what we did Baldur's Gate 3. Kind of go through it all real quick, and then I imagine we'll take a break before the second one, and maybe we'll do co-op Divinity, the new one as well. Should be cool though. They're pretty long, right? But that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. Could be soon. Even I don't know. I mean, he picked him up. I think I have Divinity Original Sin. I picked up the first one recently. Yeah, I got the first one. Second one. I own the second one. I think I do. Thought I could just get it. Yeah, for sure. I'd love to play with more people, but it's so hard to schedule like a long game like that. So, but I'd love to play along with people and just shoot the shit about it. Yeah, you probably own both. I think Godo does too, so I might be fine for family stuff. It doesn't give me the option to choose which libraries. Oh yeah, I mean, at least you could just take a peek. It's hard to come back to that game after a really long time, right? For sure. So, hopefully you can finish up this time, or maybe vicariously live through the stream and then start DOS 2. Did you play much DOS too, or were you waiting to finish the first one? The only Divinity game I played was Ego Draconis, which is more of like a gothic type of thing. 2021. How many games did we do in 2021? 163. I usually get about 160 finished. Oh, you have played through it. Okay. Forza Red. Oh, really? My brother probably. Maybe I should just install it and see what it says. I'll just install them both now. I'm gonna play them. I think I have them on some other platforms, but I've heard that playing multiplayer across platforms is a little weird. In worst case, I'll just pick it up. Different class, whatever they're called. Yeah, yeah. 2020. Oh man, look at this. Everything's different. How many games this year? About 150. Dragon Quest Builders. FF7 remake. Funny. I mean, it is good. Funny that I dislike Rebirth as much as I do. I mean, generally, I don't like change my opinion on. I mean, I change my opinion, but I'm like, not like my taste in games is magically like completely changed. I usually overthink these so much. I'm not gonna like be shocked by any choices here. Maybe not. You know, maybe JJ Mac feels a little. I don't know. I liked it a lot at the time, but maybe I've been twisted by Godot's playthrough. That might be one there. All right, what do we got on 2019? Oh, I did this one. I did mediocre games. 150. All this mixed fucking like fonts and shit. What the hell happened? Yeah, that's good. Morrowind. Oh, Mario Land 2. I was like, Mario Bros. 2. What the? I fucking hate that game. No, Mario Land 2 is good. Then Sekiro. It was a good year. Oh, wait. What was the best releases of 2019? I was like, wait a second. Please don't make. Yeah, that is crazy. Oh, yeah. Blazing Chrome. That was awesome. Outer Wilds. I mean, this. Ooh. I always say that if you put a gun to my head and I had to pick like my favorite game ever, I do wonder if it would be Outer Wilds. I do quite like Outer Wilds, man. I think it would be my gun to the head game. Um, but I don't like being put on the spot for that kind of thing. I think there's too many good things out there. They're not all that easily comparable, but man, do I like. Well, cool. What were the worst games this year for me that I played? But Autumn, Bakaru, Dead Reset. Maybe I'm a little mean on that. Goat Simulator 1, Haunting Ground, No Sleep for Konami Date, Pokemon, Hanabi, Discard the Dolls, which have their fun, and 100 Line Last Defense Academy. You know, a lot of these aren't even really atrocious. You know, some of these, I mean, you could argue, you know, a lot of people, Haunting Ground's like a great game for them. You know, Goat Sim, you know, there's elements there. Dead Reset, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff about it. Maybe not as much Bakaru. Phenom's more of like a collection thing. These are like so bad it's good. I mean, 100 Line is just horrible. Pokemon's bad, but like, you know, it's really not too bad of a year for like dog shit. For me. What were the mediocre games? Can we find that out easily? That aren't on anything. Yeah, these ones. After Dream, Death Stranding 2, 5. This is mediocre to bad, kind of just in that right. It's a little broad, but Keeper, Kirby. I don't put replays in there, so don't be afraid. Prime Foreman, Omniland, Eva, Cyclone, Pyre, Order Outbreak Routine. Mission Order, Silent Hill F. You could almost argue Silent Hill F is a good game. I almost want to just throw it in there to do it, but it also kind of sucks. SMT Devil Summoner. That one hurts to not put in good, but it just isn't, man. Split Fiction. It's funny because Split Fiction, I mean, that's why I put it as notable. Same with Silent Hill F. There's a lot of notables this time. Oh. The like, why is this in this category despite having some really cool shit? Kinda. Yeah, that's pretty much what notable is. Horn, Symphonia, Tales from Candlefoot, Dark Sleep, Lucky Squire, or Methods. Yeah, I think you could maybe argue a couple of these are better than they are. I don't think much are worse than they are. Anyways, cool, man. Another year down, brother. Another year down. Good times. But once again, I like doing these. I love talking about everything. But I always find when I'm doing these, I'm just like really excited to get started on like more games instead of doing it. Um, Next year I want to maybe try to do a little bit more production value on it. Um, Obviously I would keep the spreadsheets and that would be the final document, but it'd be kind of neat to have along with the trailers, which hopefully people like, to kind of get a feel for some of these and maybe add stuff to their own wish list or something. To maybe also have like kind of what this is about a little bit more just right there. Maybe little stamps to kind of show like if it's going to achieve this or that. Kind of a little more information about the games, when it came out, what platform, what time of year this year it came out. Um, Maybe a couple little accolade things, just sort of I could pop up like special soundtracks or like a notable game thing. Just a really simple visual where I could just kind of insert other games into it along with the trailers, that we could kind of fully focus on one game at a time and maybe have a little more visual flair to kind of have it be fun for people. I mean, just staring at a spreadsheet is effective, but as like a viewing experience, not like the optimal. I mean, I try to at least not have it be like pure white, but yeah, I don't know. In the past, I've done like little PowerPoints and shit to try to talk about industry stuff and where we're at, how the year was. Um, Maybe creating some more conversation topics instead of just kind of spitballing it and freeballing it and seeing just kind of what happens would maybe be okay. Maybe setting up a bit more in advance for people. I've done that before with tier lists, where it's like, hey, I'm gonna play through these and bring your tier list, bring your, some of your faves and stuff. I really liked going through people's tier lists and like collages and all that stuff in the past. I never got to go through all of them, but that was a lot of fun to compare and like talk about on stream and people's favorite lists and taste. Yeah, maybe I can kind of set up something more on the social side of things in advance for this, but really, the end of the day, I just kind of like talking about games. I like kind of going back over and just kind of solidifying some thoughts and sometimes some games seem all right in the moment, and then you just kind of forget about them, and it doesn't mean they're like fucked, but it kind of like, those experiences that stick with you a little bit more. It's kind of interesting what those end up being and comparing each year. So, yeah, cool. I mean, overall this year, though, it was a year in a lot of ways. As far as video games go, though, um, yeah, I think it was a pretty good one. I mean, it's always a good year for video games. I mean, most years are always the best year. You could, not just because you could play everything you ever could have played before, but um, just the amount of indies out there that are crazy, that there's still good AAA devs that exist doing stuff. I mean, there's always so much to find. As far as like releases specifically for this year, still a lot of great shit. I found and discovered a lot more crazy indies, a lot more places to learn more about them, certain podcasts, and obviously conversations here. Um, and more and more and more. I always knew, we always talked about it, but it's like, God, yeah, this will never get to everything, man. As much as I'd like to. But yeah, a lot of really cool stuff, and that's exciting. So definitely need to probably try to work in a bit less game stuff, mind you. I still want to always. I was 99% of the time be streaming still, but probably need to try to do a couple more books and try to do a few more movie streams and stuff here and there, just to kind of mix up the media a little better. I did read a book this year, a few short stories. Obviously, I watched all right amount of movies and stuff. But kind of take in more ways of people expressing themselves. I think it's important to kind of sort of bolster your uh, comparisons and the different ways you can express yourself and shit, and how effective those are, and just kind of it makes you feel different things. And I think that's cool for a conversation, and it kind of makes you think different shit when you're playing something. Just gaming is awesome, but there is a something to be said about mixing your experiences up a little bit, maybe improve your enjoyment of one of them. Another thing is like creation and stuff. Someday it'd be cool to kind of create some more than just I mean, technically I create with stream. I wouldn't call it a creative endeavor. It's something I'm passionate about, but could be something neat. But yeah, definitely did a little bit more music luckily this year than usual. There's some years I really was just bad about it. I've been exploring a few bands, just like, hey, I'm just gonna go through their entire thing. I'll just find a band, I'll just go through it, and that's been kind of fun. I'm doing a fucking Fallout Boy one right now, which I've been enjoying. Uh, I thought the Infinity on High album was gonna be like my favorite so far, but I think it's the one before that, man. I'm kind of curious to see if they get more like pop that's sold out, as we go. Um, but that's been kind of neat. I do that for a few different artists and stuff. So yeah, a lot of fun. I'm hanging out with people from here, going to Finland. I'm hanging out with Lassie and Ripper and everyone. And way earlier this year, was that this year too? When I went to the West Coast and did the road trip with my brother, it might have been. That was probably why there's a few less games this year too. Got to meet Cactus. Got to go see a shitload of states with my brother. Yeah, it started in Vegas just because we're not like gamblers or anything. We're just like, we'll just start there and check it out, stay in a few goofy places, probably never go back. Drove through, Arizona, Nevada, up to the Sequoias. I'm in California, drove south through California, met up with Cactus on our way down. Then drove back through Route 60, whatever the fuck. Went through fucking Death Valley in the middle of the night, which was not a good idea. That was the scariest drive ever. My brother was driving, but I mean, oof. You lose all. There's no light. There's no service. It is like you can't see anything, and you're like like on mountains essentially. But yeah, so did that. It was really really cool. I got to see. It was fun. Yeah. Just kind of like climbing Mount Fuji. Never again, but yeah, it was a great night sky. My brother got up for piss. That's why we did it, because Ectus was talking about it. It was clear. It was really looked really great, but holy fuck, yeah. So that was neat. We stayed at a different place pretty much every night. Saw the Grand Canyon. Went to Hoover Dam, all that kind of shit. Gotta learn more about how our water's getting completely fucked. That's always fun. I'd already learned about that, but seeing it yourself, seeing the like water line just completely gone at the Hoover Dam from where it used to be, because the rocks, you could see the coloration as it goes. Yeah, that's a pretty uplifting feel. So, yeah, that was all really cool. A lot of neat stuff there. So gotta have some experiences on that front. Um, I'm not one with a lot of money. I got a lot of help on all that. Really appreciate people wanting me along, my brother and stuff. Cool to be able to kind of grab onto those little moments when you can. And then it was a great year on the stream too. Got a lot of cool stuff. Pretty standard year on the stream, but man, I love it. Always love streaming. Yeah. Kind of get more healthy next year. Not as like a New Year's resolution or anything, but just kind of need to probably. Getting that age where it's like, man, it would really be lame if I couldn't do more streams or stuff because of something really dumb, like being too chubby or something. I'm gonna die from it. You got enough reasons you could croak. Yeah. Other than that, though, I'm not gonna get into non-game stuff. There's some pretty shit stuff this year going on. Uh, but it's cool. As far as gaming goes, though, I try to keep it on gaming for these end of the year things. Good time. Just always so many great things. There's never a lack of awesome stuff to play. It's cool that I'd even somewhat consider this many games every year good, and even for a lot of the stuff that wasn't good, still really interesting, right? I don't remember how many events we did. I really liked doing the Gifted Games month. That was cool. I think for the most part after that, did I do any other events? It was cool doing a horror month again. I haven't done one of those in a long time. I wanted to so many years now, and this shit would pop up, and like when you lose a week or two, it's like kind of hard to want to do a horror month. So that was cool. Oh, I did the Mario Kart 7 one. That was really cool. Did I do any other? I mean, I did some nice co-op shit like RE Outbreak. I think that's about it. I'm pretty excited to. Um, this is a good song. Do some more. Like I said, probably gonna start out with like a cool little event like that this next year. Gonna do the Mega Man X series playthrough, not just the 2D ones. There's a couple other X games, like a JRPG and stuff that'll be interesting. We'll play some of the other Mega Man series in the future, but that'll be fun. I've done the classic Mega Man, so Mega Man X is supposed to have some godly games and some pretty weak ones, so it'll be kind of cool to see the ebb and flow of that series. Especially now they've announced another classic Mega Man looking game, not an X game. But I've talked about doing an Armored Core thing. I'd like to do some co-op Monhun or some Divinity stuff like that, so that'll be cool. Talked about doing a strategy month or just like kind of event focused weeks. That would be really fun. I can't. I mean, I do strategy, but like on stream because there's just not many RTS and stuff that still come out. I don't think I've done many. So it'd be a lot of cool first playthroughs of like StarCraft 1 and Brood War and Warcraft 3 and the Frozen Throne and Command and Conquer and Red Alert, and maybe we try some Civ and stuff like that, or just maybe keep it raw RTS, do some Age Empires or some mythology. I don't know. I would definitely want to play Homeworld That one seems really cool. I've got a few other littles like that. Against the Storm, I want to finally, continue that. Um, so yeah, obviously there's a lot of new stuff coming. I did end up looking through actually a lot of the new stuff on Gameplay. There's actually not a lot. Kind of excites me. I like going back through the backlog sometimes instead of just working just new stuff. I mean, not on new stuff, but there's a few things in here, but a lot of them are kind of short little ones like Reanimal that I'm really looking forward to. But not a lot of big projects for a bit. Kind of how it is at the beginning of the year usually, but we'll see. We'll see how that shapes up. There's probably a lot of indies that are going to be coming out, but I'm not a rich man, so I can't buy every indie. A lot to catch up on this year, though. There's a lot of cool stuff we didn't get to play, so probably will dip into stuff like Pipistrello and some other gifted stuff. Maybe I'll do a So Big. I haven't done a So Big in a long time. Hell, people probably don't remember what that is. It's a So Bad It's Good. I did like 3 of them now, 2, 3 of them. Those are funny. Usually really obscure, fucking just bad funny games. I try to work in some VNs and stuff. I've had some all-timers in there for sure. Some stuff that actually was good, surprisingly, like Phantasmagoria 2. Yeah, always a good one. Because you don't want to watch the whole thing to find out, because the surprise is a lot of it. Sometimes we'll just kind of go into stuff on people's word or just by me just kind of eyeballing shit. Maybe we'll do another one of those, I don't know. Regardless, I'm excited to get started on the Mega Man X thing. I'm not going to wait till next year. I'm probably just going to start tomorrow. Although I might hang out with my buddy tomorrow. We'll see. Me and Goto have been doing a little Escape Sim 2 off stream too, which has been pretty good. It's better than the first one, which was really nice. A lot more mechanics, a lot more visual stuff going on. So one of these days will be a short one because kind of doing that off stream. Yeah. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I might come back and just kind of do a little if of 50 or something and shoot the shit with you guys. Or maybe I'll see what my buddy's up to. He wants to get food. Maybe I'll just do that today. Or maybe I'll just chill. Keep an eye out. There's a chance tomorrow even. I'm so excited to get started on more games that I don't imagine I'll just like spend the last day of the year not streaming. But maybe I'll force myself and maybe we'll do some movies or something to keep an eye on. I don't have work. I'll probably just start being a minute. I I got a lot to get to. That's what's so awesome about videos. There's so many good ones. We got to get to them. All right, guys. Great year. I really appreciate talking to you guys, man. Everyone who supports, everyone who just shows up. Really like doing it. Really like talking to everyone, playing games, discussing it. All the other little conversations we get into during other shit. Just a really good time, man. Thank you guys so much for bothering to show up to this goofy ass stream. Especially in trying